Well, it's a lovely afternoon here in Grosseille, St. Lucia, in the beautiful island of St. Lucia, and we greet you. Good afternoon, greetings from the Daren Sammy Cricket Stadium here in Beausejour, and we are all set and ready for action on the second day of the second test. That's the unofficial test match between Bangladesh A and West Indies A. And of course, yesterday on day one, we had a 3:15 p.m. start, and we saw Bangladesh A being inserted by the West Indies A captain Josh De Silva after he won the toss. And Bangladesh A, they are 69 for 1 at the moment after 34 overs. Saif Hassan, he is on 23 of 68, and Shadman Islam, he is on 22 of 97. Yesterday we saw some inconsistent bowling from the West Indies A team bowlers. And as I say, good afternoon to Greg Wilson, who is alongside me in the commentary box. Good afternoon, Greg. How are you?
I'm pretty much fine, Bisham. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to persons following the broadcast.
Yeah, looking at the bowling of the West Indies A team, maybe you can analyze how yesterday that bowling effort from the West Indies A team went.
Well, the only successful bowler yesterday was Colin Archibald. He was the one who was able to prize the wicket of Hassan Joy. But the Phillips and McKinnon mainly, they started well in the first spell with no success. But as soon as I saw the introduction of Greaves and Colin Archibald, as much as Colin Archibald got a wicket, but he and Greaves, they sort of ease off the sort of pressure that was created in the initial stages by McKinnon mainly and Phillips.
Yeah, most definitely. And the batting for Bangladesh, really, Shadman Islam coming into this game with just 17 in the first game, really stood up in that partnership with Saif Hassan. Shadman Islam, of course, as we mentioned, on 22 of 97. He's played a patient innings thus far. Saif Hassan on 23 of 68. And well, the lone batsman to go was that of Mahmoudul Hassan Joy, caught off the bowling of Colin Archibald. That second slip by Alec Atanese was a good looking catch. At second slip, it was flying off the outside edge, and he held on nicely. So the sun is out, Greg. Beautiful weather here in Beausejour, and the action is set to resume.
Yes, after a delayed start again, but the players would be happy to be out, and as you indicate, the sun is out in all its glory. So one would hope that we perhaps can get a good 2 full sessions of play.
Yeah, definitely so. And 2 sessions of play, of course. The changes made to today's proceedings would be play would start at 1:40 p.m. That's just about now. And 3:10 p.m. would be the tea interval. And the play is scheduled to finish today, to end today at 5:30 p.m. That's word coming from the umpires. Third umpire Chris Taylor, and of course the 2 on-field umpires, umpire Carl Tuckett and umpire Dayton Butler. So it's going to be Marquino Mindley to start off proceedings for the West Indies A team. And remember, it's day 2 action here in the second unofficial test between Bangladesh A and West Indies A. And Greg, it was a good toss to win yesterday for West Indies A.
Yes, certainly. Captain De Silva would have been pleased to win the toss, but at the end of the day's play, I think Bangladesh would have been the happy of the 2 teams.
Yeah, it was a good toss to win. Yes, he made the right decision to bowl first, which everyone thought he would have done. He did that. And what do you think led to that position for the Bangladesh A team to be in? Was it a case of excellent batting? Was it a case of not so good bowling, or was it a mixture of the 2?
Well, I would say a mixture of the 2. We did not see enough wicket-taking deliveries being bowled consistently.
Yeah.
In the odd over, we may have seen a ball, that one would say probably unplayable. But how often did we see those deliveries being delivered?
Well, here's the first ball of the day, and Shadman Islam, he gets 1, so he's off and running immediately. And yes, Greg, you're making the point.
Yes, like I was saying, not enough wicket taking deliveries that were bowled consistently, and also the perhaps the ploy was a bit baffling to a certain degree, in that they were bowling a lot of short pitch deliveries, especially to Saif. And he just stood on the back foot, and anything that was given width outside the off stump, he basically capitalized on it.
Yeah, he was dismissive in his approach. Maybe, we would see something different today from the West Indies bowlers. I felt that they wasted the new ball a bit as well. And what the new ball would have had to offer, I thought that they didn't make full use of that. And a bit too straight there from Mindley. And Hassan just comfortably plays it around his legs and into the onside for one.
Yes, so like we're saying, looking at the proceeding yesterday, Karaya came in. We saw him. He kept things tight. A few deliveries really spun with the batsman, but we still did not see that happening consistently.
Yeah, Karaya, he bowled beautifully yesterday afternoon. Late in the afternoon, the leg spinner. He got the ball to spin a bit as well as the day closed yesterday. Mindley is opted to come around the wicket to Islam, and that's an excellent delivery. Just pitching and holding its line. Something we see normally from Kemar Roach. To the left-handers, he likes coming around the wicket, Greg, and he gets that ball to hold its line, gets it as well to move away, pitch and nip away from the left-handers.
Yes, that's always an excellent delivery to the left-hander, especially with the angle. The ball is angled into him, and as soon as the ball is pitched, then moves away towards the slip. So it's a bit surprising very early in the proceedings, just one slip has been given to Mindley.
Yes, certainly. And just that one slip, maybe a second slip, you have to see. And there's that gully fielder as well. Backward point, cover, mid-off, wide mid-on, mid-wicket. It's a bit wide. And there's also a deep forward square leg on the boundary. That's Yannick Karaya. And there is a wide, fine leg fielder as well, who's very wide as well. Good line, good length there for Mindley, and he just want to invite that drive from Shadman Islam, that false stroke. We saw him looking to drive yesterday, edging a number of deliveries, not being in total control of his shot. Shadman Islam, the man from Dhaka, short left-handed batsman who also bowls a bit, so left-arm orthodox, but more so known for his batting. And clearly we've seen from these two batsmen, Greg, as the over comes to an end, it is 71 for the loss of one. And we saw yesterday some deliveries that were jumping at the very last moment on Saif Hassan and also Shadman Islam, that they were not able to negotiate very well. I think that's something that the West Indies A team can look at as well.
Yes, I felt the captain perhaps missed a trick or two in that he did not provide enough close infielders. For example, the short leg, we saw a man being posted about 3/4 way on the mid-wicket boundary, but nobody close enough to the bat. And you could see that Saif was not comfortable with the short ball yesterday late in the afternoon.
Yeah, clearly that was a concern for the Bangladesh batsmen, and someone who can really, ramp up the pace. Is this man on your picture? That's Anderson Phillip. He can ramp up the pace a bit, especially on a track like this that's offering pace and bounce. But he has been a bit inconsistent yesterday, much like many of the West Indies A-team bowlers. He was a bit too wide with his short deliveries. It wasn't well directed at all.
Yes, a number of the deliveries, Saif in particular, was very severe on the bowlers, pitching short and wide outside the off stump, and a number of occasions those he felt that were not threatening enough just allowed them to go through to the keeper. So they really made life easy for him yesterday afternoon to a certain extent.
And they would want to change that today. So this one is just looking to maybe work it into the onside, and it just takes the outside half of the bat. And looking at the Bangladesh team, Mohammed Mitun, the skipper, Shadman Islam, Mohammed Saif Hassan, Mahmoudul Hassan Joy, who was the lone batsman to go thus far, Fazal Mahmood Rabi, Mohammed Zaki Hassan, Jaka Ali Anik, Naim Hassan, Tanvir Islam, Said Khalid Ahmed, and Mritun Joy Chaudhry, the 12th man Shahadat Hussein Deepu. That's the Bangladesh team for this contest if you're just joining us. And tight in defense there is Hassan. So just to look at the West Indies A-team lineup: Josh De Silva, captain; Yannick Karaya, Tejrain Chanderpaul, Jeremy Solozano, Alec Athanaze, Tevin Imlach, Justin Greaves, Colin Archibald, Markino Minley, Casey Carty, and Anderson Phillip. The 12th man, Brian Charles, the off-spinner, being left out. And well, two changes of course for both teams: Sherman Lewis and Jeremiah Louis, the two players left out that had participated in the last game. This time down the leg side, again not well directed there from Anderson Phillip. But Greg, you will expect changes in a series like this. It's as much as it is a highly contested series, it's a developmental series as well for many of these players. So you'd expect some players being left out and other players being given the opportunity as well.
Yes, most certainly. And I think you would have played the same 11 in both the 240 games.
I think that's much better there from Anderson Phillip.
But needs to get perhaps a touch closer to it.
Very much so. Needs to get the batsman playing. That's important. Attack the batsman.
As we would say, perhaps a 4th and 5th line stump, that's where you really want to be bowling.
Yeah, and you have two slips and the gully in position. That would tell you something. You need to answer the call of your captain. Wickets needed at the moment for the West Indies A team. Can't afford to sit back here. Time short, and some gas there from Phillips to end the over. A maiden one, but not a testing one at that. At the end of 36, it is 71 for the loss of 1.
Yes, we still see the short pitch bowling ploy still being implemented even on day 2, very early. One would be thinking they'll look to get Saif at least on the drive very early, but you're giving him a few sighters. He has enough time to allow the ball to go through the keeper or just duck. You want the batsman to be playing at almost every delivery very early in the inning, because the longer he stays out there, he sees the ball, it's easier it's going to be where batting is concerned for him.
And that's what we normally speak about, occupying the crease. And occupying the crease not normally just means staying out there and playing at deliveries, but it also means leaving alone some of the deliveries presented and having a look. And we'll just elaborate on that after this delivery. That's played into the offside, no run. And doing that, as you rightfully mentioned, Greg, pitching the ball short, it gives the batsman time. It tells him, hey, you can either play or you can either leave. You have enough time to see what the ball is doing. And more often than not, you see a batsman leaving those deliveries.
Yes, like the last delivery in particular is what one would say. It wasn't all that wayward, but this was a high bouncer. It really would not be threatening the batsman in any way.
And that's a bit better, you have to say, from Markino Minley. Markino Minley, of course, have been a top bowler in recent times in West Indies cricket, of course, in 2019 when the West Indies and England Cricket Board was looking to resume cricket after that COVID-19 pandemic. Markino Minley was someone who was picked to tour England with the West Indies team. He was there, and as you know, he contracted the COVID-19 virus, and since then, he has done well, and he really deserved a spot on this West Indies A-team setup, and he would want to continue to prize forward and look to get his name in that West Indies senior team setup. At the moment, he's doing very well at that.
Yes, especially after the first inning, first game performance he had where he had a 5-wicket haul. So he certainly would want to look to build on that good first game performance.
Mahino Minley, all the way from Jamaica, 27-year-old, and he has 102 first-class wickets to his name after picking up 5 in that first game, as Greg mentioned. 97 first-class wickets coming into that game, and he really stood up and stood tall for the West Indies A team, and he was able to prize out those 5 wickets and limit the Bangladesh team to 167. They would want to do the same here, but the Bangladeshis, they're off to a good start. Islam is someone who is not going to give away much. He is very solid in defense, Shadman Islam, and he has played the pull shot very well. Yesterday we were looking at him and very closely as well, and what he was able to do, Greg, I know you really was impressed with it. You spoke about him rolling his wrist over the short pitch deliveries.
Yes, he was always in total control of the short pitch deliveries. Really got into position quickly and then just rolled the wrist and kept every single ball that he played through the mid-wicket area pretty much along the ground.
Again, he's just tapping it into the offside. He's a very quiet player, and he's a touch player, Shadman Islam. What a player he is. As the 37th over comes to an end, another maiden here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, this time by Mahino Minley. 71 for the loss of 1.
Yes, good. Tight over again by Minley, but I'm just thinking that perhaps the slip quarter needs to be strengthened a bit, because we're looking at, you have a fielder 3/4 away on the mid-wicket boundary. You have another one close enough to the square leg umpire, and you had another fielder at the mid-on.
Yeah.
And you just have a solitary slip, but yet still most of the deliveries are just slightly back of a length.
Mm-hmm.
If the ploy was to have those players out there, then perhaps you would have attacked him with the short pitch deliveries.
Oh, that's a rip snorter there from Anderson Phillip, Greg. It's a lovely delivery.
Yes, very much indeed. This is the sort of effort you want to see being put into the short ball.
This is what we're speaking about when we mean bowling short, but directing the delivery well. That's a top-notch delivery from the man from Trinidad and Tobago. That would just lift the confidence of him a bit, what you would expect. It's much better from Phillip.
Perhaps just a little too straight.
Yeah, starting it maybe a bit too straight. Just want to start that. He's getting the ball to tail in to Saif Hassan, so you'd want him to just start that ball on about that fourth stump, get it to come back in.
Yes, encourage him to drive, and hopefully he could go between the bat and pad and get him bowled.
And I'm glad you brought up that point, because yesterday Saif Hassan was just prodding at the deliveries. He wasn't getting his feet into position, but he was just extending the arms from that still position and striking the ball through the offside. So that's a very good point. Maybe he can, bring back one sharply, pitch it up and get him driving. And with those feet not moving that well as well, it could sneak through.
Yeah, that's a distinct possibility.
Two slips, a gully and a backward point, and cover mid-off, mid-on, and well, Greg is mentioning that there are two fielders out that deep forward square leg and wide fine leg as well. And this time the ball is moving away from Saif Hassan, who just allows it to go into the gloves of Tevin Imlak, who I'll be interested to see how he goes today, Tevin Imlak, with the gloves. He's looking he's showing a bit more intent to shuffle across to collect the deliveries. I don't think that was his problem. His problem was just reaching out for the ball before it reached to him.
Yes, collecting with what we would say hard hands.
Sun has come out nicely here this afternoon, and another short delivery. So he has made his intentions clear here, Anderson Phillip, to pepper Cypher San with those short pitch deliveries, and I think it's a case as well of him doing that because of those two fielders, one backward of square leg and one forward of square leg as well on the boundary. So he set the trap, but he's not executing that well to really enforce those shots.
That is if the batsman is inclined to play the pull shot.
Yep.
But with that line of attack, I would pretty much want to see somebody at your legs right under his eye line.
Well, you see, what the short leg does is with those two fielders at the end of the over, at the end of 38, it's 71 for 1. So 3 maidens on a trot for the West Indies A team. I don't think the Bangladesh A team would be too concerned about that. What the short leg does with those two fielders out there as well, it puts the batsman in two minds with a short delivery coming, whether or not I should look to fend the ball down, played with soft hands, which will, if the delivery is an innocuous one and one that's just a surprise delivery, then it could balloon into the hand of the short leg fielder. Now, if I go for the pull shot, it could either go up into the air, the short leg fielder could come into play, or if I connect well, it could go all the way, or if not, then it could go to either one of those fielders.
Yeah, so you increase your chances of getting him out.
Exactly. So Minley, I think De Silva is happy with what he's seeing from Minley. Minley would want to bowl a number of overs today for the West Indies A team. This time Islam pulling, but there's protection. That's Justin Graves. That one maybe dropping just a bit short, and Graves seemed to be signalling as well that maybe the light was in his eye there. So the sunlight, that is.
Perhaps the background of the Johnson Chell style, perhaps may have lost it momentarily, depending on what angle it was coming from.
Did well to stop it. Islam could consider himself very unlucky there. He missed out on getting that one away. This time he finds Solazano, who is at a deep, wide, fine leg, and he gets one.
Again, looking at Islam, he basically is in good control when he's playing that pull shot.
I really think
we've not seen really the deliveries outside the awesome really looking to encourage him to drive.
Yeah. That's what I was about to say. They're not trying that. You can see him in control of those pull shots, so I don't think you want to be bowling that to him. A bit too straight again there from Minley. He allows for one, and I really think that the West Indies bowlers need to be a bit more attacking here. They're allowing these Bangladesh batsmen who is already set, to get away. And you can't afford to do that.
Yes, the batsmen are really the ones dictating what is really happening out there in the middle. The bowlers are not the ones really forcing the action. And you could see they are competent batsmen. These are guys who have played Test cricket.
Yes, both these guys, of course, playing for Bangladesh senior team. That's better from Minley. Minley, of course, not coming around the wicket, trying something different, coming over the wicket now to Shadman Islam, looking to angle the ball away and just maybe sneak back one in to the left-hander.
Again, if the intention is to angle the ball across the batsman, then you think that perhaps the slip cordon should be strengthened.
This time he's driving, and he gets one. Yes, certainly. If you're looking to angle the ball across, then certainly one slip, I think you need to add another. You need to add another at least.
At least 2 slips on a gully.
Yep. 25 now to Shadman Islam, and Saif Hassan as well. He's on 25. And it's a good partnership building here for the Bangladeshis after losing that first wicket of Mamadou Hassan Joy for 17. Partnership of 46 at the moment. 25 added, of course, by Hassan and 18 by Islam in this partnership. So that's the end of another Marquino Mindleys over. The score at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground at the moment is 74 for 1.
Yes, the Bangladesh team on would stay enjoying the better of the exchanges out there in the middle. We've certainly not seen the West Indies bowlers really put the batters under pressure. We've seen a few maiden overs bowled, yes, but not enough wicket-taking deliveries. And at this point, the batters are pretty much dictating what is happening out in the middle. And the longer this is, it's going to be more difficult for the West Indies perhaps to look to price a wicket up.
It's a lovely day, as you can see, here in Boseju, in the Daren Sammy Cricket Stadium, nestled in the valley among the Boseju Hills in lovely Grosile. Tomorrow, of course, being Friday, I think you'll be heading down to the street party, Greg.
That would be a good experience for you.
We'll have to see how that goes. So Philip has decided that he is going to come around the wicket to Islam, and I'm not too sure what he is unhappy about there. It's a straightish delivery that Islam just plays into the offside, and that has been his mode of attack, Greg. He's just building his innings nicely. And it's one of that's the kind of innings you want to see in this version of the game. Not a batsman throwing away their wicket, looking to, put a price on their wicket, Greg.
Yes, certainly. After he got the chance yesterday, he has pretty much settled down very nicely.
He has, and he's continuing his good work. And, having batted for so long and really seen out yesterday's proceedings, it's now his turn to score big, put on a big partnership here with whomever. And you being the opener as well, Shadman Islam, you would want to bat through the innings if you can. It's going to be a big ask of you, but you would have been there for such a long period. You can offer assistance to the batsmen coming in. Here's Philip, and a bit too wide there to interest Shadman Islam. Yes, but you can offer assistance to the batsmen coming in. Allow guys to bat around you, and you can really shepherd the innings and lead the way for your batting team.
Yes, most certainly, and with good batting conditions, one would say this is an additional incentive for him, because you could trust the bounce of the wicket.
Yeah, while the wicket would have a lot of grass, the ball is going to seam around as we've seen, and the breeze here as well, the wind cover at the Daren Sammy Cricket Stadium is quite a lot, and the ball would be moving in the air a bit as well. You said trusting the bounce, and that's something that batsmen always welcome. And when you have these conditions, you want to take full advantage of this. And as a batsman, when you get out in these conditions, you'll be kicking yourself.
Yes, certainly. More so, having spent that much time out in the middle, he have basically seen the 5 bowlers in operation.
Two slips waiting at the back for Philip. It's time is edging and he's gone. Speaking about two slips waiting on Philip, pitching that one up just outside the off stump, tempting Shadman Islam, who was fending at it, and a simple catch taken at second slip. Lovely delivery there from Anderson Philip.
Yes, lovely delivery indeed. Just what the doctor would have ordered. Just basically what we said down the corridor of uncertainty. Had to play at it. It was just about what we were asking for, the fifth stump line, and really committed himself. Ball took the outer edge and went to the second slip. So good breakthrough there by Philip for the West Indies team.
Well, Atene is certainly making amends this time. Remember, he dropped Shadman Islam late yesterday, and he didn't do so this time around. He made amends, and he made up for that effort. It was a simple catch for him, pouching it nicely. So that's the second wicket down for the Bangladesh A team, and we are just speaking about a batsman throwing away his start, and there was Shadman Islam.
Yes, after you know. To the new batsmen.
Yeah, definitely. And Anderson Philip, there, that is what we are speaking about, Greg. Pitching the ball up. He was consistently short in his last couple of overs. That didn't bear fruit at all. This time, pitching the ball up and reaping the rewards. And that's good to see. The bowler, Anderson Philip, just gaining that confidence and looking to pitch the ball up. And now Josh De Silva spotting that and realizing that, hey, it's a new batsman coming out to the middle. That's the left-handed Fazal Mahmood Rabi from Barishal. He's now put in a third slip, and that really enforced the slip cordon as the over comes in, and 40 overs have been bowled. It's 74 for the loss of 2, and we've just seen the fall of Shadman Islam for 25.
Yes, the end of a very successful over bowled by Anderson Phillips. Certainly one would hope that Makino Menley would want to follow suit and get something in the W column. Like they always say, bowlers tend to hunt in pairs, and with Philip being successful, mainly should think that it would be time for him to rip some reward out in the middle as well.
Just need to be a bit jealous here now, Makino Mindley, but it doesn't look as though Mindley would be continuing. It looks
like Archibald.
Yeah, it looks as though the left-handed seamer Colin Archibald is gonna take up the attack from the media center end. And Colin Archibald had a very good regional season, and he has been a good find, I think, for the West Indies setup, and more so the West Indies A team setup just yet. Just has a 19 first-class wickets, Colin Archibald, the 25-year-old, of course, who normally plays for the Leeward Islands. And here he is with his first ball of the day, bowling to Saif Hassan. And what Archibald did well among all of the bowlers, and we are speaking about bowlers being a bit too short, he didn't look to bowl short at all. He looked to bowl that, trademark left-handers delivery that's pitched up, coming back into the right-handers and moving away from the left-handers.
Yes, Among the 4 fast bowlers yesterday, he was the only one who really made the considered effort to bring the ball up as much as possible.
And just like that, but a bit too wide there for Hassan to play at it. And Colin Archibald, I think, had a brilliant knock of 106 not out at the Queen's Park Oval, batting at number 8, if I remember correctly. That's against the Windward Islands. And he really enjoyed himself. He had a 40 against Bangladesh as well for the West Indies Cricket Board's 11 earlier in the year, in June. That's at Coolidge. And now he has been granted this reward of playing for the West Indies A team. And it's good to see, you know, Greg, when players do well, they are rewarded.
Yes, you have a case sometimes in the Caribbean where batsmen perhaps have scored runs, and sometimes they are rewarded the following year when they are no longer informed. So it's nice to see, like you say, when players are informed, bowlers are informed, batters are informed, that you give them the opportunity to perform.
Yeah, that's most important. This time Hassan is just coming back and across and getting in behind it, and he's just practicing his leaves and playing those deliveries outside the off stump. And of course, Colin Archibald would have played some CPL cricket as well in his time. He would have played for the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots, and he would have made his CPL debut against Jamaica Talawas at Taruba. That's at Brian Lara Cricket Academy on September 3rd of 2020. So he's no stranger to the spotlight, Colin Archibald. And speaking about spotlight, in the spotlight today were the West Indies women's under-19 team. They took on the USA women's under-19 team, and the West Indies women's under-19 team falling victim to a defeat from the USA women's under-19 team. And the West Indies team batted first, and we'll just expand on that after this delivery. Another good one there from Archibald. That brings the 41st over to an end. It's 74 for the loss of 2. Greg, looking at that game, West Indies under-19 team batted first. Janaba Joseph had 20 or 41. Zaida James 18. Samara Ramnath had 14. She opened the batting alongside Shalini Samaru, who had 40 in the last game. Surprisingly, she came into this game and she had a 3-ball duck, so that really put a dent on the innings of the West Indies team. And in the bowling effort for the West Indies A team, they were under-19 team, they were able to, bring it down to that 19th over, just scoring 70 for 4 in that first innings in 20 overs. But they were able to bring that USA team down to the 19th over to defend that. But unfortunately, Mitali Patwardhan had 30 or 55. Ritu Singh had 20. And in the end, the USA team finishing victors by 5 wickets. Shalini Samaru had 1 for 4. Janaba Joseph had 1 for 9, and Ashmini Munisa 1 for 15. The bowling for the USA, 3 for 16 from Snigdha Paul.
Yes, the West Indies team, an additional 15-20 runs. Certainly, they would have made a much better fight, or perhaps even win the game, one would say.
Yes, 10 runs again, and it could have been a different story. Who knows? But unfortunately for the West Indies on the 19 team, they went under to the USA team. So the USA leads the 5-match series now 2-1. 2 more matches to go in that series. And thus far, it's an exciting one out there in Florida. This time too full there from Philip, but he gets away with that one. Rabi, the new man coming in, that's Fazal Mahmood Rabi, 34 years of age, and he would have played for a number of teams, Barishal Division, Fortune Barishal, Kilaghar Samaj Kalyan Samiti, Minister Rajshai, Rangpur Rangers and South Zone in Bangladesh. And his first class average and first class record says a lot. And this is saying a lot. Look at that punch off the back foot. Picturesque on the eyes, Greg Wilson.
Yes, good shot. Philip on this occasion just a tad too short outside the awesome. Really gave batsman enough time to really pick the gap. He stood tall and just punched through the covers and got 2 delightful runs. A good shot indeed.
A good shot, and he would have played a lot of good shots in his time. 95 first class games coming into this one, 5,354 runs.
Yes, certainly a wealth of experience coming in at that level.
So Philip just making some subtle changes to the field after that shot. This time short, and I don't think, as a batsman that will interest you that much. Too short, you have to say, from Philip.
And more so, he is just starting off his innings, so he really would not be too much inclined to go after those deliveries.
Number 5 on the back of Fazil Mahmood Rabi, and interestingly, I'll tell you a story about Rabi after this delivery from Philip. Very interesting one. And as he awaits Anderson Phillip, just 2 slips in position. I'm surprised that De Silva has now gone away with that 3rd slip. And interestingly, Greg, in 2008, Fazil Mahmood would have given up cricket, believe it or not, and took up a job at a telecom company in Bangladesh. But he could not stay away from the game for long, and he eventually returned after finishing his postgraduate degree in marketing. That's something for you.
Yes, most certainly. But again, the love of cricket. The true love of the game really cannot stay away from the game when you still have something to offer.
Yeah, certainly so. Want to make his presence felt here in the Caribbean against the West Indies A team. That's a beautiful delivery there from Philip to end the over. And at the end of it, it's 76 for the loss of 2. Saif Hassan, he's on 25. And Mahmoud Fazil Rabi, he's on 2.
Yes, good bowling there by Anderson Phillip, but well played also by the batsman. Again, as I indicated to you early on, trusting the bounce of the wicket, because the ball bounced and went over the stump. So he knew that he could have afforded to just allow the ball to go through and not having to play at it.
Yes, definitely so. And this has been a good little period here for the West Indies A team. They build up some sort of pressure in this little period. A number of maiden overs, number of dot deliveries. And we were speaking about that ever-present flow chart, Greg, yesterday, where you bowl a number of dot deliveries, translate that to maiden overs, and in doing so, it would bring you rewards and in the form of wickets, as the case may be.
Yes, certainly, and that's what we saw happen in the short passage of play early on.
Elegant shot, but De Silva is in the way as Archibald continues. Archibald bowling 6 overs, 1 for 14 thus far. Your thoughts on his spell, Greg, thus far in the entire innings?
Well, Archibald has bowled well, and you could say perhaps a good containing spell at that. Really encouraging the batsman to play as much as possible. And even with his line of attack, you really question, do you really need the man at the square leg frequently out there? Because most of these deliveries are outside the off-stump.
Yeah, I think so. And, maybe Josh De Silva could use that field line, that slip cordon. Or just maybe with the deliveries coming back into Saif Hassan, maybe just bring that fielder up next to the umpire. I think it's wasting a fielder out there and it's giving up runs if the batsman get one away.
Because if he clips any ball off the pad and he's not in full control, there's a strong possibility he may hit the ball to the fielder close enough to the umpire.
And if he doesn't want to do that, just maybe you can utilize him at a short leg. Archibald doesn't have that much pace. He's a gentle medium pacer with that left arm. And that one not getting much movement. Just holding its line. Maybe a bit too wide. And what I really admire about Archibald, he hangs the ball a lot in the air. And that's what allows him to get the movement.
But just need to get a little closer and really encourage the batsman to go for the drive, which he has been doing, to be fair to him.
Too wide and too full as well from Archibald. An ill-directed delivery there from him. So he'd want to correct that.
Again, like we were saying, if this is going to be his line of attack, then there's no need for the fielder. This is just a wasted fielder. He would be better suited if he was at second slip.
Yep. And there's some dark clouds just coming over the mountains to the east. The Beausejour Hills, Greg. It's a good delivery there from Archibald. And we all know your prowess when it comes to predicting the weather, Greg Wilson. I don't need to speak about that, but do you care to predict what we can expect this afternoon?
Well, what I can say for certain, we've seen some great clouds building up. So there is a 60% chance we may get a bit of rain.
Greg stating the obvious.
Playing it safe.
Is Archibald. And this one hitting the bat onto the boot. Luckily, that didn't go back to the bowler's hand. And at the end of 43 overs, news has it here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground is that the West Indies A, they have Bangladesh A batting 76 for 2 at the moment.
Yes, Archibald continuing to keep things tight. Not too penetrative at this point. We saw a few deliveries perhaps a little too wide outside the off stump. But most importantly, runs are not being given.
And it seems as though that guy in green, Greg, is giving some bowling tips to those youngsters.
Actually, he's one of the coaches at the Kiddies Grassroots program.
Okay.
He's with the Castries Grassroots program. Also, he's a PE teacher at the primary schools.
Nice. So you're just continuing to give the guys some tips with that ball that he has. And now he's giving them batting tips, Greg. From bowling to batting. And there's one of the supporters on hand coming in to look on at today's proceedings.
Curry supporter.
Are you a Curry supporter?
Well, in basketball, I think I'm a strong LeBron James fan.
Well, I'm a Curry supporter, but that's it. That's when it comes to food.
Okay.
Because I had some curry earlier that was very delicious, And Justin Greaves comes into the attack now. And to wide to start. Greaves has done some good work in this series thus far. 3 for 26 in the last game. And coming into this day of cricket, he has bowled 7 overs, just conceding 8 runs. And
certainly not a good sign. Ground staff are moving in position right now.
Well, Greg, it doesn't look too good to the east, I can tell you that much. I know you just analyzed proceedings for us in the weather, and Yeah, the ground staff certainly getting into position. As this one from Graves, just outside the off stump. Rabi, who is a senior campaigner, and he would have been rated by Bangladesh selector and former captain Habibul Basha as the complete package. And when you get that kind of rating, Greg, that's something that sends a message.
Yes, certainly he's highly rated, and coming from the former captain, like you said, Habibul.
It looks as though it's just about here, and stifled appeal there from Graves, but I thought that Rabi got bat onto that. That was all bat.
But good delivery.
Showing the intent to pitch the ball up. They are the groundsmen. They are now getting into the position where the covers are to the western end of the ground. The rain, the weather looking ominous to the east at the moment, but above the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, the sun is covering the stadium, so that's good, at least for now. The west looks clear, but the rain normally comes from the east. And everyone I talk to here in St. Lucia is telling me that when it rains in Beausejour, it rains in the entirety of St. Lucia.
Yes, pretty much so. Because you've had, for example, the last game, the last test match you had last year, there was quite a bit of rain from Marisil going down to Castries, even the area where I live. I was in touch with one of the scorers, guys on the scoreboard, and I actually sent him a video showing him what the water was like in the drain next to where I live, whilst the cricket was being played here.
And local knowledge in the form of Greg Wilson would have said that it normally doesn't rain that much here in Beausejour.
Well, hence the reason why the ground was situated here, because of the level of rainfall you would have in this area.
And of course, the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, that's what Greg is speaking about, previously known as the Beausejour Ground, named after the hills around it. That's the Beausejour Hills. And it would have been renamed to the Daren Sammy Stadium in July 2016. It's a good delivery. Coming back in sharply there from Graves. And my oh my. And there were hot sun in Beausejour. I presume, Greg is showing me a video of the water, the immense amount of water that it had where he stays. And cricket was playing in a test match.
Yeah, the test match was pretty much ongoing at the time. Because I had every intention of coming up here, but with the amount of rain in my area at the time, I said I can't leave home and then come up to the test match. But then I was following the proceeding when I called Movin and I asked him about what is going on. He said, but the game is going on right now.
And it looks as though, when he's speaking about rain and water, the water is not coming in the form of rain, but it's coming in the form of bottled water. And the players are going to have a drink, and the umpires as well. Greg will do so as well, with a score on 78 for 2. We'll have a drink and be back shortly with more coverage of the action here on day 2 of a second unofficial test match between Bangladesh A and West Indies. Well, we're back, and the ground staff has made their way off this time, not with the covers, but with the implements to paint the crease, boot crease, on the track, and the players are getting ready to get back into the action. Umpire Carl Tuckett is in position, and he's awaiting umpire Dayton Butler, who is just having a word with the Bangladesh water boys. And the good news here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground is that the dark clouds that were hovering over the Beausejour Hills to the eastern end of the ground has now disappeared, as Greg Wilson joins me back into the commentary booth. Greg, the clouds are nowhere to be found.
Yes, a good sign, but certainly they are moving across towards the Marisil Wadonge region, so it's good news for everyone, the players and the ground staff, one would say.
Yeah, they would be happy to see the sunlight, be happy to be out there playing cricket. Of course, 3:15 p.m. start yesterday, 1:40 p.m. start today. So lots of time lost in this game thus far, as Hassan drives nicely through the covers, and he will get two. He'll be looking for three, and he will get it easily in the end. Karaya, the man doing the work out there. A bit over pitch there from Colin Archibald.
Yes, over pitch delivery was driven exquisitely through the covers. Captain the silver medallion attempt, but could not stop it. But again, Archibald has shown the propensity to really look to bowl the full pitch deliveries. So yes, he could be driven for runs, but also gives himself a chance of perhaps getting the outside edge.
This is going to be quite interesting to see how he bowls to the left-handed Rabi. Needs to just pitch that ball up. Two slips and a gully in position. Rabi just dropping the hands and not playing at that delivery. Maybe three slips in position. Gully would have been a bit wider of that third slip. So three slips in position. Justin Graves just a bit wide of that second slip, but you can see the West Indies 18 players looking to shine that ball, Greg. The importance of shining the cherry.
Yes, it does aid with the swing.
Bit too full there from Archibald, and Rabi just leans forward, and he's certainly in control of that shot at the moment. And the West Indies senior team going under to New Zealand last night in Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. A little bit too much for Romario Shepherd and Odin Smith to do at the back end of the innings, but it was a good fight back though from the West Indies team.
As the last two overs when they were bowling cost them 34 runs.
Yep.
And especially that of Jason Holder, who considered some 23.
Yeah, and you don't see that quite often from Jason Holder, and surprising to see that. Of course, Jason Holder coming out of contracting the COVID-19 virus as well, prior to the ODI series against India in Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, that's a sharp delivery. Just coming back there, Greg, that's a wonderful delivery from Archibald.
Yes, wonderful delivery indeed. What we've been saying is sort of, this one actually went over the stump. I thought it was perhaps the fifth line, as we would say, the fifth stump line, but this one actually went over the stump, again trusting the bounce out at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground.
Yeah, if that ball didn't get up and that struck him on the part, that could have certainly been out. It was in line with the off stump. This time well pitched up and on driven. And looks as though it'll go away to the boundary for 4. Yes, it does. So lovely looking shot there from Fazal Mahmood Rabi. Not looking to overhit the ball, leaning into the shot, meeting the pitch of the ball, and just presenting the full face of the bat.
Yes, with the full face of the bat, just getting ball back past the bowler, and the chase was all on for McKinnon mainly, but I thought he basically gave up the chase and was pretty much contented in just retrieving. So good end to the over for Bangladesh. A good productive over, picking up some 7 runs in the over after going for the first hour and only scoring 9 runs for the loss of 1 wicket.
And just 85 for 2 after 45 overs. The rain just drizzling a bit to the east. And I don't think it's threatening at the moment. Saif Hassan, who's been there for some time at the middle, is facing up to Justin Greaves. Hassan on 29 of 99 deliveries. So of course tea is scheduled to be taken at 3:10 p.m. this afternoon, and play of course would be called, if light permits and weather permits, at 5:30 p.m. That's the changes to today's proceedings, Greg. And Graves continues from the pavilion end. This time it's edging and just past that second slip fielder, and Saif Hassan, heart and mouth there for a moment. He gets 2.
Yes, good delivery there by Justin Greaves, just outside the off-stump. And Saif really did not handle this one too well. But fortunate enough for him, the ball did not go to hand.
Looked as though he played it with soft hands. It was going down. Goes into the 30s now, Saif Hassan. 31 to his name. So Greaves just looking to pitch the ball up, but too wide. There's Atanase and Kati at second and first slip respectively. Imlak in your picture, the wicket-keeper batsman for the West Indies A team, hailing from Guyana. Casey Kati from St. Martin, and Alec Atanase from Dominica. So it's quiet period at the moment here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Stadium, and lovely day for cricket. Sun is out, blue skies now building up, gentle breeze as well. Flags fluttering in the breeze. Saif Hassan hailing from Dhaka in Bangladesh, and he would have played cricket for the Khulna Tigers, Fortune Barishal division, and also for the Bangladesh under 19 team. He would have worked his way into the senior team setup, and he would have only played 6 test matches and 2 T20 international matches as the over comes to an end. It's 87 for the loss of 2.
Yes, good over by Greaves. one in which we saw he got the outer edge of Hassan. But Hassan haven't been out there for some 105 deliveries so far. Certainly he's batting well.
He is, and he's continuing where he left off yesterday. And he just looks a player in a good mood at the moment. And that's a mood to bat and bat long. He shows both the ability to strike the ball beautifully to the boundary, has the power, and he also shows good adaptability and, being very composed as well at the crease. Solid.
Well, these are certainly some of the hallmarks of a good player.
Yeah, definitely. And, as his selectors would have described him as a compact opening batsman, this time batting at number 3 for the Bangladesh A team, Saif Hassan. And he is compact, you have to say, speaking about how composed and calm he is as he approaches his innings and as he looks to play the ball. He is a compact batsman, and he is showing the appetite to bat for a long period.
As we did indicate a little early on, more so you have good batting conditions with the ball really coming through on a wicket that you could really trust the bounce.
This time 1 to that man Rabi. Archibald is continuing. So Rabi moves on to 8. Hassan is on 31. And speaking about Saif Hassan, he would have, shone into the limelight of international cricket at the age of 21. And that would have, come as a result of scores of 117 against Sri Lanka A team, and also a double 100 5 days later in a domestic first class tournament that gave the selectors, the reason to pick him in the test squad to play India. And what about, debuting against a team like India, Greg? There's the weather to the east, it's cleared up nicely, blue skies.
Yes, very much so. No immediate threat of rain.
And you would have heard me mention that Hassan would have been picked to make his debut against India, and how unfortunate he could not have made his debut against India because he was injured in the second test after injuring his right hand while taking a superb catch at gully as a substitute fielder in the first game. And Greg, so many times we see this happening. How about when we saw Jeremy Solizano in his debut test in Galle against Sri Lanka? He didn't get the bat in his debut test match, and he was struck on the head at a short leg.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
Left alone there by Hassan, and that brings the 47th over to an end. It's 88 for the loss of 2. Hassan's on 31 of 107 deliveries, and Rabi, he is on 8.
Yes, the Bangladesh batsmen are showing clear signs that their intention is just to occupy the crease for as long as possible. We have not seen too many shots played out there, unless it's a really rank half volley. But other than this, they pretty much contented to allow as many balls to go through to the keeper as possible. So the bowlers need to get perhaps a little closer to the off stump, and perhaps even sometimes attack the wicket perhaps a little more.
Yeah, I think the West Indies A team is just allowing the batsmen to play naturally and play freely. And when I say play freely, I don't mean aggressively. I just mean freely and being comfortable. That's what I'm speaking about. Just like that. And Graves just allowing Rabi to leave that one alone.
Yes, too many deliveries wide outside the awesome where the batsman do not have to play. Again, Rabi is new to the crease, and if you're just going to allow him to just shoulder arms, he's going to build his confidence, and it's going to be more difficult to get him out, because these guys are good enough players to be able to do that, perhaps all day long.
This time leaving it again. So they're just underlining the point that Greg is making, and just the word continuing on Saif Hassan. In the meantime, he began his cricketing journey back in Saudi Arabia, and that's where his father would have worked. And when his family returned to Dhaka, he joined a local cricketing academy, and we'll continue that story just after this ball. Excellent delivery there from Graves. The batsman had to play. That's Mahmood Rabi, and he got his bat down in time.
Yes, much better deliveries, unlike the two previous deliveries that were just angled across the batsman, and where he just shoulders arms. It should sign that at least he wants to attack the stumps. You give yourself an opportunity perhaps to bowl or to trap him LBW.
But again, just comes back and bowls a wide delivery outside the off stump. And Saif Hassan would have stuck at the cricket and made his way, through the age group structures. And what always stood out was his languid stroke play. And I think we saw nothing short of his stroke play in this game thus far, in this innings of his. Just 31, but he played a lot of strokes, and he impressed with them as well. And so much so that they were impressed with his stroke play throughout his youthful career at that stage, that he once hit 10 sixes in a Dhaka League match in one innings. So he has the ability to strike the ball. And when I'm hearing about that, Greg, and I'm seeing something different out there, it tells me that he has a lot of variety to his game.
Yes, certainly. Yeah, well, the sign of a good batsman also is being able to play according to the situation. Because sometimes out there it requires him being patient, building an inning, and that he's doing admirably. Whereas in another game where you perhaps need to look for runs, and he could show his wide range of shots.
Yeah, definitely. And there are some youths. Just it says the National Tennis Center, Greg.
Yes, that's right across the road there.
That's on the western end of the ground. There are a couple of kiddies. Seems to be playing some basketball at the moment, while the cricket is going on here in the Daren Sammy Cricket Stadium. They're enjoying some basketball. And well, speaking about basketball, we also saw a Steph Curry supporter in the stands here as well. And in the meantime, it's going to be Colin Archibald to continue. And fancy leave there from Saif Hassan.
So clearly the bowlers need to try something different.
They do, and I think it's a one-dimensional approach thus far that doesn't seem to be working.
Okay, it looked like both bowlers just pretty much content and just angling the ball across the batsman, but more so they're starting it too wide.
That's a bit better from Colin Archibald, but as you said, pitching the ball short just allows the batsman that extra time to play the ball and to understand what he needs to do in order to cover the line of the delivery or maybe leave it alone. So that doesn't really help the cause.
Yes, and more so in the case of Archibald, he's not express space.
Yep. This one a bit too straight, so there goes the inconsistency. You bowl a couple good deliveries and then you stray with one down the leg side, and it's easily put away by a batsman who is set.
Yes, certainly one would say that's very easy pickings. With no close infielder, he could just nudge the ball right close to the edge of the square and pick up a comfortable run.
And you're bowling against a team who have been rattled out for 67 in the first game, and you really have to admire, Greg, this comeback from Bangladesh in the second game of this series. They've been rattled out for 167. They didn't have a good bowling performance to follow up that in the first game as well. Now they are coming into this game, and we've seen a good little partnership between the opening batsman Islam and number 3 batsman Saif Hassan, before of course Islam fell this morning. But you have to really admire and applaud the Bangladesh batsmen for what they've done thus far.
Yes, Syria, they've put up a much better effort this time around.
Easy as you like there from Rabi, and flicked away with ease for 2. Archibald has the one delivery remaining in this over, and just about 15 minutes or so until that tea interval.
But as much as we could credit the Bangladesh batsmen for a much better approach, one has to say that the West Indies bowlers have not bowled with the same sort of line and length as we saw in the first game.
Yeah, very much so, you have to say, as the over comes to an end. It's 91 for the loss of 2 after 49.
Bangladesh really batting under no pressure, just pretty much contented in just rotating the strike whenever it's available, and also allowing as many deliveries as possible to just go through to the keeper. So certainly the bowlers, the captain, perhaps might be a good time to introduce perhaps Karaya into the attack, because it has all been just the seamers alone so far.
Yeah, and this guy, Saif Hassan, it has been noticed that he likes space on the ball. And when you speak about trying something different, Greg, maybe it's a case of getting the spinner in, serving him up something that he's not very accustomed to, that he's not accustomed to, at least in this game. Didn't see much of the spinner. Only yesterday afternoon, very late, Karaya came in, bowled a couple overs. But I think it's a chance now for De Silva to bring him in, and that could be that point of trying something different. This time Hassan just running that one down to a wide third man in Mindley, short third man, maybe a backward point rather. And he gets 2. So I think that's a good point, Greg, bringing on the spinner.
Yes, the attack has been just to one dimension for my liking. I think perhaps again with T just around the corner, perhaps bring him in, see what's happening, and after the T interval you could give him a good extended run.
When Karaya was practicing practicing prior to the start of this day of cricket. I saw him bowling a number of googlies. So that could be used today. That is certainly in his armory. And this one a bit too wide outside the off stump. So he likes space on the ball. Saif Hassan. I think, the West Indies A team would have missed someone like a Jeremiah Louis in this game. A man with a golden arm who can come in and sneak a couple wickets out for you. And, he's similar in so many ways to Kyle Mayers who does that a lot. And if anyone in this West Indies A squad would be able to be consistent, that would be Jeremiah Louis. He has shown a different level of consistency when it comes to his bowling.
Yes, very much so. But somebody needs to put up their hand at this stage.
Yeah, he's not here, so someone needs to step up and really make the effort to prize out a couple wickets here for the West Indies A team. Time too full, too straight, but played back to Graves. And Hassan maybe a bit disappointed there that he didn't get that one past the bowler. That could have been 4 easily.
Yes, an over-pitch delivery. Well driven, but straight back to the bowler, who did well off his bowling.
Speaking about Jeremiah Louis, 1 for 29 in that first game. Just about one more delivery to go in this Justin Graves over as we approach 3 p.m. here in the afternoon at Beausejour in St. Lucia. What a lovely island, St. Lucia. And Greg, of course, would tell us a bit about the island.
Well, that's why it's called the Helen of the West. As a matter of fact, it's been said this is the only country on the face of the earth that is named after a woman. Think about it.
Well, it's a lot of countries to go through.
But can you think of any?
Well, I don't think so. Off my head, I don't think that I can think of any. So you could very well be saying the truth there, Greg. As much as you haven't said the truth about the weather. Yeah, certainly a wonderful island, St. Lucia. Beautiful place. As much as we've seen thus far of this island, it is a wonderful place. And I think those guys would be enjoying the island as well. The Bangladesh A-team players.
So the end of the 50th over so far in this inning. And looking at the 2 wicket takers, Anderson and Archibald. But I think that perhaps, as I did indicate the time, I did call for Yannick Raya, and the captain must have heard me asking for the introduction of Karaya. And he's been introduced into the attack.
Are you wired out there to the captain, Josh De Silva? I hope not, Greg.
Well, they always say great minds swing alike. I think I have been in that captaincy position for quite a while, so you tend to sense what has need to be done at particular point in time of an inning.
And rightfully so, Karaya is coming in. Let's see what he does. If he serves up a couple of googlies, that could be interesting. So he's not afraid to flight the deliveries. That's most important here from the spinner. Yesterday he showed that. Greg mentioned, St. Lucia, being called the Helen of the West Indies. And there is my good friend Saif Hassan, looking to be a bit expansive. And well flighted there again, you can see. And not that much turn on offer, but I don't think Hassan was in a good position to play that shot. Was looking to make room there, Greg.
One would say first shot in anger we've seen from him today.
It's more like it from both bowler and batsman. And speaking about the Helen of the West, in Greek mythology, Greg, Helen of Troy was thought to be the most beautiful woman in the world. And I think, Homer told her in the Iliad, and there are suggestions that Helen was a goddess associated with trees and birds. So the Helen of the West Indies, and Lucia, that's where we are at the moment. And speaking about the island, and Greg telling us about the street party, the Grosile Street Party, one of the attractions in St. Lucia as Karaya continues. And Greg, we have been to the Pigeon Island Beach, and what a place that is. Cricket 360 team went out there, and it was a lovely place, I'll tell you that. We enjoyed the water, blue water. You were telling us about it, so we had to go, Greg. We had to go.
I'm happy that you enjoyed your stint at the beach, and perhaps you would visit a few more times before you go back to Trinidad.
Well, certainly we'd try to do that. Have quite a number of days to go again. That's a good old Johnson Charles stand.
Yes, the end of a very good over from Karaya. One in which we saw Hassan went for a big lofted drive. Perhaps the only loss in concentration, one would say, we have seen from him for the day, with just the introduction of spin. Just something different served to him.
Well, it looks as though more spin could be on the cards.
Is that Kati?
Well, it looks as though it's Casey. Well, actually, Alec Athanaze comes out there now to look to get a wicket for his skipper. And Athanaze has done some bowling in his career. And just in his 19 first-class matches, he has just picked up 7 wickets. So he's not known for his bowling that much. Best bowling figures in an innings of 3 for 37. Alec Athanaze is bowling to the left-handed Fazal Mahmood Rabi. So just looking to switch things up a bit here, maybe before the tea interval. Josh De Silva, see if he can buy a wicket. Who knows, Athanaze could be the man with the golden arm.
More so with the tea interval just round the corner. Sometimes you find batsmen tend to go into the shell, so to speak, and this is the time perhaps the non-regular bowler could come in and sneak in a wicket for you.
Yeah, normally it's around this time that the shop closes. And the shop of the batsman, that is. Let's see, just about 4 minutes to go to that tea interval if the umpires continue with that 3:10 p.m. tea interval. Just one run in the over thus far. When these kind of bowlers come on, a part-timer, you need to be watchful. You don't want to be throwing away your hand to a part-timer, Greg Wilson.
Certainly you do not want to. What do you go back and sit with the captain?
Short leg is there. and well bowled, well played as well. And it looks as though we may just get in another over here before that tea interval, which is about 3 minutes to go until then, and we could very well be seeing Yannick Correa continuing. Yes, we will.
Yes, a good over bowl by Alec Athanaze. Pretty much had the batsman playing at just about every delivery.
Couple of spectators in and around the Daren Sammy Cricket Stadium today, and getting closer to the weekend here in St. Lucia. It's only Thursday. The party starts on Friday in St. Lucia.
Well, party starts here, one would say basically from Wednesday. The street party is on Friday. But from Wednesday, I think you could get activity happening right around the island.
The fancy hairstyled Yannick Correa operating from the media center end, and brilliant leg spinner, only 30 years of age, so still has some time left in him to do well and make this a huge career to remember. Yannick Correa, 55 wickets in 70 first-class matches, more known for his batting. And his recent best bowling figures would have been against Leeward Islands at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex on the 17th of May 2022. He had 1 for 26 and 3 for 33. But his overall best bowling figures in an innings is that of 5 for 46. That would do the West Indies a world of good if you can put up a performance like that. Ooh, some bounce and some turn.
But we've yet to see the googly from Correa.
With a slip in position here, and with actually 3:10 p.m. right now, so maybe, of course, tea could be called after this over. I'd be tempted if I'm Yannick Correa to really put my hand behind one, bend my back, and really put in a good googly. Who knows? The silver goes into a leg slip position. I think that was the googly, I think that was it. But wasn't allowed to really see if it was, as tea has been called here on day 2 of this test match, this unofficial test match, the second one of 2 between Bangladesh A and West Indies A. Bangladesh A, after being sent in by Josh De Silva and the West Indies A team, they are 95 for 2 at the moment after 53 overs, and Mahmood is on 25, actually 12, and 34 is Saif Hassan of 125 deliveries, that is. Shadman Islam, he fell for 25. Mahmoud Hassan Joy, he fell for 17. Greg Wilson, your thoughts on the performance of both teams thus far?
Well, the Bangladesh team, I think, would be the happier of the two. Did not score a great deal of runs, just 26 in the session. But most important for them, they only lost 1 wicket. The West Indies bowlers don't think they bowl enough wicket-taking deliveries. They were, one would say, all over the shop, so to speak. So a chance to go back and assess the first session, and perhaps they could come back and look to see if they could grab hold of the initiative and really take charge. I find they were allowing the Bangladesh batsmen to dictate the pace of what was happening out there, rather than the West Indies team really forcing the going on out in the middle.
Yes, so they were a bit more reactive rather than being proactive, the West Indies A team. So that's the situation here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. Bangladesh A batting first, they are 95 for 2 wickets to fall. Shadman Islam for 25, caught off the bowling of Anderson Phillip at second slip by Alec Athanaze, and Mahmoud Hassan Joy, he was the first to go yesterday for 17, caught off the bowling of Colin Archibald by that said man Alec Athanaze at second slip as well. So at 95 for 2, tea has been called. We'll take a short break, and in about 15 to 20 minutes time or so, we'll be back with more action here from the Daren Sammy Cricket Stadium. Play after tea is ready to get underway. The umpires are out. The umpire Dayton Butler and umpire Carl Tuckett. And it looks as though Anderson Phillip is going to continue for the West Indies A team. He's going to take up the attack from the pavilion end. And Greg and Ryan has a fancy name for that end, one of the other names that they call that end, as Greg comes back in, jogging into the commentary box. Good afternoon, Greg, once more.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon to those following the broadcast. Is the Kaimaje End.
Kaimaje.
Well, it would translate to house of food or house with food. Kai, it is like a house. Kai, manger. Manger means food.
Kaimaje end, or the pavilion end, and of course on the other end is the media center end. And play about to resume, as we said, and it's 95 for the loss of 2. Bangladesh A batting first in this contest, and 2 more days to go in this match. This is day 2, and of course the toss was won by West Indies yesterday, and it asked Mohammad Mithun and Bangladesh A to take first strike, and after 53 overs it's 95 for 2. Here's Anderson Phillip on the money straight away, and he has shown the intention to bowl short. But what bore fruit for him was a full pitch delivery that was pitched up to Shadman Islam that had him driving. So I think he'd be keen on bowling similar deliveries, Greg.
Yes, too many short deliveries and too many outside the off stump where the batsman did not have to play. We saw too much of that in the first session, so one would hope that they would have gotten it rectified this time around.
This one doesn't seem to get up as Hassan would have wanted it to, or would have assumed it would have got up, and it just kept a bit low. It was pitched in short. So Hassan, he's there on 34. What an innings it has been thus far. He has certainly put a price, and a high price, on his wicket. And Fazal Mahmood Rabi, who has come in, he is on 12 at the moment. And Greg would have treated us to some chenet, or what they would call in St. Lucia, Aki or Guinnep. In this one smashed away. Talking about that chenet or Aki, that's a sweet shot there, Greg. 4 runs off the bat of Saif Hassan.
Exquisitely played, just too short there by Anderson Phillip on this occasion, and Hassan had all the time in the world and really give this a good whack in through the cover region for 4.
Take a score up to 99. His score goes up to 38. And Greg, I want to thank you for that chenet that you brought for us for the tea interval. And Michael Rupwa is still getting down in some of that chenet as we speak.
Well, it was my pleasure. Hopefully tomorrow, guys, if I could get some more, I will be more than willing to bring some more tomorrow.
I'm a bit short again, and too wide to really interest. And there's a warning for Anderson Phillip, 1 for the over.
That is typical fast bowler's reaction. Having been spun through the covers for 4, next delivery is a short delivery.
Yes, so I could come back, but not on target, as we would have grown accustomed to seeing from a number of these bowlers in this game. And short again, and another warning, this time 2 for the over. And
so certainly Anderson was not pleased with that spanking he got through the covers.
Yeah,
and 2 consecutive delivery. He certainly has pitched those delivery short, so good fiery bowling there by Anderson.
With the amount of sun, Greg, that this wicket have been exposed to, you know, normally you would associate a wicket, well, as the day goes, as the game progresses and the wicket dries out, it's going to get better for batting.
Yes, most certainly. The cracks that will be out there is not going to widen that much to really affect the batting per se, where balls will be keeping low. So you're still going to get good, consistent bounce out in the middle. And the batsman, you know, once you apply yourself, you occupy the wicket for a lengthy period of time, should be able to play your stroke out there easily.
Well, they seem to be enjoying proceedings at the moment, and they're enjoying a fancy bear as well.
Yes, very much so. Actually, this bear is celebrating 30 years on the market presently. So it has been around for a while now.
Guys seem to be enjoying the cricket. As Fazal Mahmood Rabi is taking his guard, and while he's doing that, Makino Mindley is warming up, so that will tell me that Mindley is going to be coming into the attack. So starting off the way they started off when the day got on the way, Mindley and Anderson Phillip getting things started. Too full and driven beautifully. Archibald gets down there to stop that one, and 2 runs to Rabi, and easy 2 runs. Mindley hasn't been the best bowler in this innings thus far, but certainly he has really bowled well in the series. Just one innings in which he have operated prior to this one, 559, and now he's looking to get in and stay in, and that won't help. And it's a no ball as well. Looking for a bit extra pace there, Greg.
Yes, a bit of extra pace, ready. Losing the plot there, going over, transgressing the line, and we were down the leg side as well.
102 for the loss of 2. Bangladesh. Seems to be a field change here now. Mindley removes one of the slip fielders, and they go into a very short forward square leg position. And he's looking, well, I think the intention is clear, that he's going to attack the body of Rabi with those short deliveries.
Yes, clearly with the fielder in place, you could see his intention. He has signaled his intention clearly. Well, let's just hope it could bear some fruit.
This time solid as a rock there, Rabi. And Mindley, good delivery as well, good bowling, good batting, good all-round game. This one coming back in as it passed the batsman, notably. And while there's a lot of developmental cricket in the West Indies, there's a lot of developmental cricket in Bangladesh going on at the moment as well. Just a brief report on the second one-day match between Bangladesh Cricket Board on the 16 team and Assam on the 16 team, held today at the ACE Stadium in Barsapara. The toss was won by the Bangladesh Cricket Board on the 16 team, and they opted to bat first. And we'll just continue speaking about that game after this delivery. Good one from Mindley. Bangladesh Cricket Board's on the 16 team amassed 291 for 7 and 50 overs. Abdullah had 77 of 84. Muhammad Hassanuzaman had 52 of 58. And Saminur Basir Ratul, he was not out on 43. Mohit Thakur had 4 for 14 and 10. Eklavya Sharma had 3 for 80. And in response, the Assam under 16 team, they were limited to 129 for 9 in 36.1 overs. This one climbs up on Rabi here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground and just taking the top edge. Luckily there, Greg, it dropped a bit short.
Yes, lucky for Rabi, this ball did not go to one. So clearly, mainly this time around has signaled his intention to what we would say really pepper Rabi with a few short pitch delivery, and this last one there was, one would say, well lined up at the body of Rabi. Couldn't do much with it, tried to fend it off, but luckily for him, a ball fell just in front of him.
And earlier in your picture, you would have been seeing the coach of the West Indies. Well, there he is, the coach of the West Indies A team. That's closer to your picture, not the guy that's walking away. That's the one that's standing firm at the moment. That's Mr. Andre Nicolo Coley, former Jamaican first-class cricketer. Would have played 7 first-class matches for Jamaica and scored 139 runs. As Anderson Phillip continues, and he's trashed away through the offside for 4 more of the bat of Saif Hassan.
Yes, Hassan again in severe on Phillips with the short ball outside the off stump. Really stood up tall and just crashed this one through the cover region for 4. So this is the second time in consecutive overs we've seen Hassan really taking Phillips to the cleaners, one would say.
Yeah, certainly. You were speaking about Mr. Andre Nicolo Coley, and Greg, and he would have been a wicket-keeper batsman for Jamaica, and his career would have spanned from 1995, 1996 to 1997, 1998. That's a better line. A chance for run out at the non-strikers end as Rabi left home a bit early. And he forgot something. He had to go back quickly. The Silver had a lot of work to do there. Certainly couldn't issue the run out. And a word on Andre Nicolo Coley. He, of course, would be the assistant coach to Shivnarayan Chandapal for the Jamaica Talawas. And he would join that coaching team of Chandapal and Sir Lee Ambrose.
That's a good trio there.
Definitely so. And I'm sure Mr. Coley would be excited to work alongside Shivnarayan Chandapal and Sir Lee Ambrose, 2 of West Indies legends. And I was speaking about that game between Bangladesh Cricket Board's under 16 team and Assam under 16. For Assam under 16 in their chase, Prabal Kalita had 28 of 68. Hrishikesh Das had 25 of 36. Eklavya Sharma had 22 of 11. And Saik Imtiaz Sihab had 4 for 45 for the Bangladesh Cricket Board's under 16 team. So, you know, Greg, it's good to see development for cricketers across the board, across the world. You know, that's a good sign.
Yeah, you need to start the cricketers, give them the exposure from very early, have them playing competitive cricket at the under 15s, under 16s, under 17s. So there you'll be able to see the flaws and be able to work at it early and not wait until they get perhaps to 19 on the 23s to start correcting, you know, those flaws in the players.
Driven sweetly by Hassan, who will get 1. So he's into the 40s. He's on 43. Saif Hassan. This would be a well-deserved half century if he gets to it, and that could very well take his half century tally up a bit as well. Saif Hassan in his first class career, that would be his 15th first class half century if he does get it. Well, some prodigious movement there from Philip to end the over, and at the end of 56 overs, it's 107 for the loss of 2.
Okay, Bangladesh continuing to play good, positive cricket. We saw Hassan really being severe on a short one from Phillips, and certainly the short ball outside the stump to Hassan has not worked from yesterday, and the fast bowlers really not picking that up, one would say, and look to bowl more those drivable length outside the off stump. Really not, we haven't seen enough of that sort of delivery ball to Hassan from yesterday.
Yeah, very much so. And Hassan has looked so comfortable. I think the West Indies A-team bowlers hasn't tested him at all. Yesterday though, we saw Mindley got 2 deliveries to rush on to Hassan, and that was some short pitch deliveries, and it was an area I think the West Indies A-team didn't exploit as much. It was some deliveries that were just climbing on about the shoulder area, that mid-rib area as well, and he wasn't able to negotiate those deliveries, and I think that they could have exploited that. They're still wasting a fielder out there at deep forward square leg.
Yes, another short delivery, but certainly the short balls at his body, he is not handling them too comfortably.
Yeah, exactly so, and I thought that they could have made better use of that. Umpire Dayton Butler coming across now. Coming across to the point position rather than a square leg position. Maybe the sun, Greg, is giving him some some trouble. Who knows?
But the sun would have been towards his back, I would want to think.
There's a single for Hassan. Yeah, definitely the sun would have been towards his back. Not too sure of the reason why he would have moved across, but did it a bit early as now Rabi comes on strike. And I like this move. Tejarine Chandapol coming into that short leg position, but when the West Indies A-team, Greg, have instilled a short leg fielder, I thought that the short leg fielder have been a bit too far, because if the ball pops, it's going to be difficult for that fielder to get to the ball. Ooh, good delivery. Mindley would have been asking Fazal Rabi, how did the letter smell?
Yeah, in terms of the short leg, as you did indicate from the pitch, he would have been to the eastern side, 2 other pitches away.
Stymie's edging, and he's gone! Lovely delivery there from Makino Mindley, pitching that one up and bearing fruit for him. Hands in the air, that's his 103rd first-class wicket. Makino Mindley, you beauty!
Yes, an excellent delivery, as we have been requesting from very early, those drivable length. And we have not seen enough of those wicket-taking deliveries. And certainly just lure him into a false sense of security, so to speak, and just looking to drive the ball through the covers, ball pitching just outside the off stump and leaving him slightly and getting the outside edge, and comfortable catch taken there by the wicket keeper.
Tevin Imlach, that's the man, and a very good catch as well, and good technique. He actually allowed the ball to come to him on that occasion. So good delivery from Makino Mindley, good catch by Tevin Imlach, and that's the 3rd wicket down for the Bangladesh A-team. Again, Saif Hassan, he's still there on 44.
Yes, West Indies would be very pleased immediately after the tea interval to have picked up early wicket. Certainly that would have been part of the game plan coming out.
And Justin Graves there seems to be having a word with the new batsman coming out, who looks to be Mohammad Mithun, the captain of the Bangladesh A team. Yes, it is Mohammad Mithun. And Mohammad Mithun, he's going to be on strike to Markino Mindley. Of course, if you're just joining us, the last wicket to fall was that of Fazal Mahmood Rabi. He went caught behind of the bowling of Markino Mindley to Tevin Imlak. And the skipper of the Bangladesh A team has now made his way out to the middle. And that is, again, Mohammad Mithun. And lots of teams he would have played for in his 114 first class games, 170 List A matches, and 161 T20 matches. First class runs, when I speak about runs, this is runs. 6,054 runs, Greg, in 114 first class matches at an average of 34.39.
Yes, good stats there for the keeper, for the captain Mithun.
This time, I love the delivery there to welcome Mohammad Mithun. And Mithun would have made his first class debut in 2006 for the Khulna division, and he would have participated in the 2008 Under-19 World Cup in Malaysia, after which he would have taken 3 years to get to the next level to play for this team, that's the Bangladesh A team, on their tour in 2011 to the West Indies, right here in the West Indies.
Mainly down the leg side on this occasion. Really would want to have the batsman playing as many deliveries as possible, because he's new to the crease.
You need to attack the new batsman. You can't afford to let him settle early, and at the same time you don't want to, when you say attack the batsman, you don't want to serve up any freebies for him early on in the piece. Too short, and that's comfortable for Mithun, just to leave it alone into the gloves of Tevin Imlak as the 57th over comes to an end. At the end of it, it's 108 for the loss of 3.
Yes, the end of a successful over for Markino Mindley. Has been toiling from yesterday and had not gotten anything in the wicket column, but he would be certainly pleased getting one in the series. This would be his 6th wicket, so certainly one would say he's the leading wicket taker.
Yep,
he's really the one spearheading the attack, and he certainly is putting his hands up, and he would be looking forward to probably better returns than the first game. But he just need to be bowling these balls more consistent areas. Too many balls wide down the leg side, wide outside the off stump. Need to be seen at least 3 or 4 deliveries in those areas, which we've not been seeing
at all. And here's Anderson Phillip, who's looking to do the same. And there's Solizano, Jeremy Solizano. So single to Saif Hassan, which brings Mithun into strike. 109 for the loss of 3. Mithun international call up. It would have been prompted by, an injury to Mushfiqur Rahim. And when Rahim was the captain and the wicketkeeper for Bangladesh in early 2014, and then he was then called up for the ODI squad for the 3-match series against India in June of that year. This one played but just over Justin Graves' head at gully, and it runs away for 4.
Well, one would say perhaps that was control and deliberate. The ball just wide outside the off stump, and batsman just ensured he got the ball over the cordon and down to the vacant footman region for 4. So good control shot, one would say.
Well, he gets off the mark with that boundary as well, Mohammed Mithun. And it'll be interesting as well to see what squad Bangladesh Cricket Board comes up with for the Asia Cup. It's going to be played a little later this year. This time he's pulling into the air and he's dropped. Yannick Karaya diving forward, and that one seemed to have been put down there by the burly leg spinner. Let's have a look at that again. Here's that delivery again. It was a short delivery. The trap was set, Greg, and it was pulled into the air. Karaya settled, and I think that he could have moved in a bit more there, Greg.
Yes, he was a bit late coming in.
Yeah.
Allowed the ball to drop a little too low before attempting to catch the ball. So certainly chance gonna beg in there.
Definitely so. You have to put that down as a drop, bursting through the hands of Karaya. If I'm Karaya, I won't want to be sitting next to my Trini brother in the dugout later this afternoon, Greg.
Yes, most certainly. Phillips would be a bit disappointed. It's always hard work running in as a fast bowler. And when you have that sort of opportunity being presented, you really want a better effort. As you say, we were saying from yesterday, you really need to give the bowler all the support that is possible.
Yeah, and I think that Mithun couldn't have picked out Karaya better there at a deep forward square leg. And you can see Karaya walking in now. And Greg, funnily enough, we were calling for that fielder to be removed.
Yeah, but not for Mithun. Is a new batter.
Yeah. And he was actually looking to take on the short ball.
Because remember, the initial stages when the balls were pitch short, they were not looking for the pull shot.
Yep.
So hence the reason we said this was a wasted fielder. But clearly Mithun has come in and he shows that he's prepared to take on the short pitch bowling.
Yeah, and it's day 2. And, it's still the first innings of this game. As this one is edged away, and Saif Hassan moves up to 49. He gets a boundary.
Yes, and this one getting the top edge and really went in the direction where a foot slip would have been. It would have been hopefully easily taken by the foot slip fielder, but fortune favors the brave, and the ball went down through to the vacant footman region and got 4 easy runs. So he's inching closer to his landmark, and it would be a well-deserved one if he can get there.
Well, they normally say when you're going, go hard. That's what he did, and there are a number of kids coming in again. Well, they're already in, and they're just walking around the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, just beyond or just next to the Johnson's Charles stand. The Silva has thrown the ball to Mindley, who is going to continue, and Philip would have considered himself undone with that catch being put down in the last over. It's about 4 p.m. here in St. Lucia in the Eastern Caribbean. Mindley starts well. And the weather gods have certainly blessed us with a wonderful day today, Greg.
Yes, it's been a wonderful afternoon. Well, from morning we've not had any rain per se. It was basically early morning and overnight showers that held the play.
It's Mitun, he's solid in defense. To the second delivery that he's faced from Marquino Mindley in this over. And Saif Hassan doing some gardening. Greg, as a player, I think I have to ask you about this. You know, that's a commonality we normally see. A batsman, as he plays a delivery, he walks up to maybe the good length area, he knocks the bat, he paces the bat as well. And this one pulled away nicely, and he's found the gap beautifully there, Mohammad Mitun. And he was saying, Greg, that he's not afraid to take on the short ball. And there he was, swiveling and rolling his wrist over that, and he earns himself a boundary.
Yes, certainly Mitun has signaled his intention, despite the fact that he was given a live by Correa, looking to pull in the previous over. On this occasion, short ball from Mindley really got into position very early and really rolled the wrist and kept that one all along the ground. So, beautifully executed shot.
Yeah, and a good shot, and takes his score to 9. The score moves up to 122 for the loss of 3. How will Mindley respond? He responds with a similar delivery, this time a bit shorter. And yes, Greg, I was asking you about that commonality where a batsman walks up and does the gardening, as we say, quote unquote. You know, does that really have a purpose? Is it a case of, you know, you walk up, is that a do something, or is it something in the mind?
There are certain surfaces you play on after the ball has hit the surface. You tend to see the top of the wicket.
Yep.
Sometimes you may see a crack, a little piece. So you go and you just tap into place on certain wickets.
Yep.
There are times guys would just go just off the length. You may believe that it may have kept a little low, it may have jumped a little. You may just want to go and tap. Or in some cases just to release the nerves, you know.
Yes. Yes, I just wanted to get it from, you know, a player, a former player. And did you do that in your time, Greg?
I think most batsmen do.
Yep.
Sometimes, you know, unintentionally, for whatever reason, you just take a stroll and you end up just tapping the wicket.
Yes. Something you see often. And at the moment, there's been just a hold up in play, as someone again has been walking by at the side screen. Mindley and the umpire tuck it to get them moving, as Mitun climbs into this one and just plays it into the offside. So Mindley has looked to be persistent with the short pitch bowling.
Yes, more so with Mitun really prepared to take on the short pitch bowling. That would want to encourage him to continue, because certainly if he's taking on the bowling, that could present an opportunity at some point in time.
Time cutting powerfully, and that's for more. Mitun dealing in boundaries at the moment.
Yes, mainly a keen shot outside the off stump on this occasion, and Mitun just getting on top of this one and just cutting this one to the back of point region, and it races along the ground for 4. So good aggressive cricket played there by Mitun.
Good aggressive cricket, and the man picking up the ball, doing the retrieving there for the West Indies A team, is none other than Yannick Correa, and that would be rubbing salt into his wounds and the wounds of the West Indies A team.
Yes, most certainly. And there are captains, after you drop a sitter, as we would say, would toss the ball to you and have you to go out and look to get this wicket.
It's not not going to be him, and looks as though Graves may just be taking up the attack and replacing Anderson Phillip from the far end, from the Kaimaji end.
You've gotten it right.
I think I like that name for the end, the Kaimaji end. The helmet is thrown across to Tijnarain Chanda Paul, and what an interesting field this is, Greg. We'll have a look at that field shortly. So I assume that Graves, with that field now, he is gonna bowl a bit wide outside that off stump. But that is a really interesting field. You can see it there, Greg. There, the ball is now thrown to a Chanda Paul, who's at a very straightish point and close in as well.
Close in as well. I guess that's the reason why he's wearing the helmet, because certainly you're in the line of fire there.
There's a line of fire and some as well. Can really be tested in that region.
Certainly you must have good sharp reflexes and also a good catcher as well.
And normally the youngest player in the team is put in those fancy positions, Greg.
Yes, I don't know why captains tend to do that. You would hope that the more experienced player would have been the one to put in the line of fire. But that is not the case.
Youthful exuberance coming into play. And too wide there from Justin Graves. And every time that ball is pitched wide outside the off stump, Chanda Paul, who is at that straightish point region, he would be, sensing danger. And Saif Hassan, one run away from his half century. Just about 49 of 144 deliveries. 2 more deliveries to go in the over. And Graves has kept him quiet in this over. Casey Carty practicing some shots at the moment. Would have thrown away his hand in the first game on 36. This time, is that edged?
Yes, it is.
And it went straight to slip there.
I don't think it carried all the way.
Yeah, it doesn't look so.
At least low. Unless if the fielder came up a bit too early.
Well, we'll have a look at it again. Graves coming in, and it was edging, dropping just short of Casey Carty. But you know what, Greg? I think Carty should have been coming in a bit as well. He should have taken 2 steps in on the start of this over, because the ball has been keeping a bit low when it's past the bat.
No, but usually when you stand at slip, you normally take your guide from the wicket keeper.
Yeah.
So a lot would be depending on where the keeper stands at the time. So you perhaps cannot fault Carty too much.
Yeah, very much so. And that brings the over to an end. At the end of 60 overs, it is 1-2-6 for the loss of 3.
Yes, good over there by Greaves, although he tried setting Hassan up for the cut outside the off stump where he strategically placed Tishnar and Shandapal, but in the end getting the outside edge and really not enough pace on that delivery to have carried through to the slip region and just fell short of Cathy. So definitely Hassan, one would say perhaps in the nervous 40s.
So just about 27 overs to go in the day's play, And remember, this is the second of 240 unofficial test matches, and these 2 matches, of course, will be followed by 3 one-day matches. That's on the 16th of August, the 18th of August, and the 20th of August as well. So, lots of cricket to go in the series still, Greg.
Yes, we're still after today. One could safely say still 5 more days of cricket.
Weather permitting, we'd hope that the weather gods gives us some more days like this for cricket, lovely cricket here in beautiful St. Lucia. Umpire Tuckett gets out that radio and just maybe having a word with third umpire Taylor, Chris Taylor. Archibald is the man continuing for West Indies A, and Mithun just turns the strike over to Hassan, of course, who is 1 run shy of his half century, and this would be a very welcomed one for the Bangladeshis.
Yeah, Hassan has played well from yesterday.
This time he gets through for the single, and that brings up Saif Hassan's half century. A wonderful knock from the right-hander. He acknowledges his teammates now, and he receives applause as well. That's his 15th first-class half century, and that takes his first-class career total runs to 3,076. And my oh my, what a brilliant knock this has been, Greg Wilson.
Yes, brilliant knock indeed. Especially yesterday, we saw him being severe at anything shot outside the off stump. Today has been a little more sedated, but he has played every ball according to its merits, one would say.
Yeah, he's that kind of a player. He can turn it up when he needs to, and when he finds it fit. Has the ability to play a measured approach as well. This time Mithun looking to pull and fending that one down the leg side, and a good catch taken there by Tevin Imlak. So that's the 4th wicket down now. Archibald strikes, he gets his 2nd, and how unfortunate that is for Mohammad Mithun, who had been looking so good. He has to go for 14, and well, Archibald strikes again.
Yes, good breakthrough again by Archibald, but this one has to consider himself very fortunate. It was down the leg side. Mithun looking to pull this one, but looked like it got the under part of the glove, and good catch taken there by Imlak down the leg side. So a good breakthrough there for the West Indies.
Well, it goes down into the scorecard as caught behind, and it's not the traditional caught behind, as you would see a batsman prodding outside the off stump or so. He has been strangled down the leg side there, Mohammad Mithun. A short delivery that he got inside the line off, and he didn't look to play at it positively there, Greg, and he just took the glove, and you have to say, a wonderful catch taken by Tevin Imlak.
Yeah, and a wonderful catch by Imlak, but perhaps the ball did not bounce as much as Mithun would have expected, because he was into the shot and the ball hit the under part of the glove. So certainly he was undone by the lack of bounce on this occasion, I would say.
Yes, you have to say so. And it looks to me as Zaki Hassan has made his way out to the middle. Zaki Hassan, after the fall of skipper Mohammad Mithun. So Archibald doing the trick for the West Indies. Colin Archibald, his tail would be up, and he's bowling to Zaki. That's a good delivery on the money. Zaki Hassan, left-handed batsman. Here he is again, Colin Archibald from the media centre end here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. And Greg Wilson, just saying again, maybe another slip and a short leg fielder. A new batsman has come in.
Yes, that we have seen the pattern from the West Indies keeper. He has not so much been inclined to strengthen the slip cordon when a new batsman has come in to strike. And one would think that you would really want to encourage your bowlers to be pitching that ball up to encourage the new batter to be driving. So as you did indicate, it's a little passing strange that we're not seeing the strengthening of the slip cordon when the new batter has come into the wicket.
And if you're looking on then you're seeing Saif Hassan. He looks to be getting himself moving again after getting to his half century. He knows he's halfway there until that century, and there's a long way to go just yet in the innings. And Justin Greaves is back. The tall Justin Greaves from Barbados. Good delivery outside the off stump, but you can see there Zaki Hassan stretching to meet that one, and yet still he doesn't meet it. He just allows it to go into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. And Zaki Hassan, just 24 years of age, and he's played some T20 international cricket for Bangladesh. Just 1 match, and 10 runs in that, and first class career of 60 matches, 3,439 runs. His average, a healthy one, Greg, something you don't see in the Caribbean that much. A healthy average, and normally you ask a batsman in the Caribbean to elevate their average, and an average of 39 for Zaki Hassan, that's a good one.
Yes, that's a good average indeed.
Zaki Hassan would have played for the Chattogram Challengers, Rangpur Rangers, and Gemcon Khulna. And he would have played his only T20 against Sri Lanka at Mirpur in 2018. Oh, for a moment there, Greg, I thought he was going to play at that one, just pulling out of the shot at the very last second.
Yes, good batting indeed, and one would say good bowling by Graves, just keeping this one just outside the off stump, really testing the patience of Zaki Hassan.
Playing inside the line of that one, so of course he wasn't intended to play at that shot, at that ball. And Zaki Hassan, believe it or not, he would have made his first class debut against Chittagong D at Fatullah in 2015, and surprisingly, if he's 24 now, Greg, that's 7 years ago. That would tell me that he made his first class debut back when he was 17 years of age.
Yes, a fairly young man back then.
That's good to see. Loud appeal for leg before, not out, says the umpire Carl Tuckett. Or actually Dayton Butler, that is, as he moves across to his right. And he nods in denial of a Graves appeal.
I think this one was going down the leg side.
Ooh, that's a peach there from Justin Graves to complete the over. And at the end of the over, that's over number 62. It's 129 for the loss of 4.
Yes, good end. The end to a good over there by Graves. So him bowl a number of deliveries just outside the off stump there to Zaki Hassan, but the last one in particular was much closer, in which he basically had to play at this one. The previous deliveries, he just picked up the line, the length, and easily showed his arm. But on this occasion, close enough to him, and he was beaten. Need to see a little more of that sort of deliveries being bowled.
And Saif Hassan, since getting to his half century, he hasn't gotten the strike that much. He's on strike now. That one coming back in, and he gives a stare to Colin Archibald. A stare in amazement.
Archibald continuing to keep that ball just outside the off stump. Really looking to test the patience of Hassan. But he has been out there for 149 deliveries, though. As we would say in the local parlance, it must be seen as big as a breadfruit.
This one taking the inside edge. Some good delivery there from Archibald again. Driven through the offside, Karaya is down there at deep backward square, and the backward point, that is, and Saif Hassan gets 1. Moves up to 51 now. About 30 degrees Celsius here in Bossejo, as Zaki Hassan gets in behind that one. It's a bit hot out there. Thankfully we're in the comfort of the air conditioning, Greg, and we're not out there in the middle.
Yes, the fielders out in the middle should be feeling the sun a bit, although the sun is going down. It must be after 4 in the afternoon. Yes, almost 4:40. But still a good breeze out there to aid them. And we see a change in field. Tijnarine Chandapal is brought into the short leg position again. So that should be an indication perhaps a few short pitch deliveries will be served.
Just like that. But maybe a bit too wide of the off stump. Most importantly, the short delivery was on the body, so he wasn't able to put it away as freely as Zaki.
Well, it's nice to see that Archibald is prepared to try something different occasionally.
Yeah, we were mentioning yesterday his approach with the new ball. The fairly new ball, that is, getting the ball, pitching up the ball, this time pulling Zaki Hassan, not handling it that well. And he gets one. Yes, Greg, so we were speaking about yesterday Archibald's ability to pitch the ball up with the new ball. And, it's impressive because I think he's a situational bowler, Colin Archibald. Now, when I say situational bowler, I am not saying that he fits one situation. He's a bowler that can bowl in different situations of the game, different areas of the game, Greg. Because we saw his ability to pitch the ball up, as we said, with the new ball. But what about bowling with the older ball now? Look at how well he's bowling, and he's understood what he has to do with the older ball.
Yes, certainly you have with some bowlers where they could fit a particular role at certain stage in the inning. And as you did indicate with the old ball, he has realized the shine has gone, so it's not a question looking for swing, but it's more back of a length and perhaps a little short depending on who's on strike at the time. So certainly you could see he's a thinking bowler.
He is, and he's bowling well. I think, we haven't seen Karaya being used from that end. That's the Kaimaji end. Maybe, just maybe, with Archibald bowling that well from the media centre end, Greg, I'm thinking whether or not De Silva could try Yannick Karaya. He didn't bowl badly. Maybe try him from that Kaimaji end and see what he can offer up.
Yes, the brief stints he had yesterday and today, he has not bowled badly at all.
He's shown that he's not afraid to pitch the ball up as well, flight the deliveries. Big outfield. Straight boundaries a bit small, but side boundaries on the eastern and western end of the ground a bit large.
And not only that, with the strong breeze coming from the east, chances are, especially to the right-hander Saeed, he'll be hitting into the breeze.
And against the turn as well. It's a good point there, Greg. And yeah, that's another factor to consider. Zaki Hassan looking to drive that one through the cover region, and he finds the fielder, that's Anderson Phillip, at mid-off. Maybe a couple minutes to the drinks break before the final hour of the day's play here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. Zaki Hassan has been a bit watchful, and rightfully so, at the start of his innings.
Graves in his 14th over, and he has only considered 14 runs, so really he's been keeping things really nice and tight.
He hasn't bowled badly at all, just well, if he bowls a dot ball here, it could be 1 run per over. Well, it is. So at the end of his 14th over, Justin Graves, and 64 overs bowled here in this innings. It's 131 for the loss of 4, and the flags at the moment just fluttering away in the breeze. The Bangladesh flag, the West Indies flag, and the St. Lucian flag as well. So that's drinks here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground on day 2 of this contest between West Indies A and Bangladesh A. We're going to have a drink and we'll be back with more. So welcome back to the post-tea session, post-drink session, sorry, and Archibald continuing. It's getting ready for the final hour of the day's play, as I welcome back Greg Wilson, who is joining me once more.
Yes, should be a very interesting hour. West Indies did well in the last hour. They picked up some free wickets.
Yeah, Archibald picking up one. Anderson Phillip picking up one as well. Excellent stuff from both these bowlers. Shortly we'll have a look at the batting scorecard of the Bangladesh A team. 131 for the loss of 4. Archibald has been hitting a hard length, and Josh De Silva some fancy footwork as he went across the pitch. Mahmudullah Sanjoy was the first to go yesterday for 17, caught off the bowling of Colin Archibald by Ali Catanese for 17. Shadman Islam went for 25, the first wicket to fall today. Fazil Mahmood Rabi went off the bowling of Mindley for 14, caught by Imlak, and Mohammad Mitun. He went for 14 as well, caught off the bowling of Archibald, who picked up his second, courtesy Tevin Imlak. Good delivery again outside the off stump. And Hassan has been so patient. What a patient innings this has been, Greg Wilson. 51 of 154 deliveries.
Yes, certainly. He has had a long vigil out in the middle and really has played well. Yesterday we saw him, he came out and he was more attacking as opposed to today where he's just been playing the anchor role basically.
He has, and he has seen 3 wickets fallen around him. And that must be a concern for him, and he would want to, continue to bat out this innings if he can. Steady the ship of the Bangladesh A team, so to speak. So Archibald has to hold his run up as Saif Hassan isn't happy with something to the back. Again, down at the side screen on the northern end of the ground. That's the media center end. Delivery not getting up quickly, and that completes the over. At the end of it is 131 for the loss of 4.
Yes, a quiet start after the resumption of the drinks break. Archibald continuing to bowl that sort of hard line where Saif, who has been out there for such a long time, still cannot play him as freely as he wants to. So certainly keeping things tight. He has picked up some 2 wickets so far in his 13th over bowled so far. So I'm certain the young man would want to continue being among the wickets.
He would, and the only way to do so is to be consistent and with your straps. Graves.
Wide.
Very wide there from Justin Graves, and a fairly new batsman out there, Zahir Hassan, who won't be tempted at all.
Not at all. Certainly, it's too wide to encourage any sort of stroke play from the batsman. And with 3 slips in place, one would say you would want to get much closer to the batsman, have him to play.
And that's more like it there from Graves, and I think De Silva would be telling him that he needs to get that ball a bit closer. Just about 15 overs to go until that new ball can be available. We'll have to wait and see if that will be available today. Just about 49 minutes to go in the day's play. Well, the umpires had initially said that the day of cricket will finish. Stumps will be called at 5:30 p.m. So we'll have to wait and see if that changes as the shadows begin to come in from the western end of the ground, starting to just make its way further to that pitch area.
Yeah, I would really want to see the captain give Karaya a good 5-6 over spell. He's been bowling him in basically short bursts. Yesterday at most he was about 3 overs, and today 2, I think. So perhaps good 5, 6, 7 overs thereabouts.
He needs to get a spell in, spinner. The wicket drying out as well. Down the leg side. That's not good at all there from Justin Graves. I think that Zaki Hassan missed out.
Yes, most certainly. We've just the fielder at the long leg region gotten it fine. Certainly he would have had a lot of ground to cover if he had to prevent 4 runs, but certainly Graves can consider himself very lucky on this occasion.
This time on the line of that Midland leg stump again, Graves. Straying a bit. I think this is where now Josh De Silva needs to think. I don't think it's working for Justin Graves from that far end, and maybe we could well and truly see a change from that end.
Yes, I think Karaya, I was just about to say, could be introduced at the Kaimaji end, but it looked like he's been introduced from the northern end, the media center end. This may very well be his preferred end. This is about the 3rd spell we have seen of him, and on every occasion he has bowled from the media center end.
Interesting to see Josh De Silva taking Colin Archibald of the attack. And, well, maybe we can see Colin Archibald coming from the other end, who knows. But Karaya has found himself into the attack, and the man that he has dropped earlier, he would have been happy to see the back of him walking back, so he doesn't have that job on his hand to do to remove him. Josh De Silva into the action. Good bowling from Karaya to start things off.
As you indicated early on, not afraid to flight the ball, and that's good to see.
Has a slip. He has a silly point as well. Chandapol is there. Atanese is at slip. Lovely delivery, loopy. Just turning, slow through the air there, Karaya. He's had a good year with the ball in his hand thus far. Yannick Karaya has worked on his fitness beautifully and he's developed his technique with the ball in hand. Driven and seemed to have struck Chanda Paul.
Certainly he was in the line of fire.
There it is again. Ooh, on that left ankle. And he's limping away. Certainly saved some runs. I would love to see a googly from Karaya here.
Yes, we have not really seen him bowl one from yesterday.
Ooh, some turn there, Greg.
Yes, but it's just a little too close to the batsman and too straight. But nevertheless, a good first over there by Karaya. One would just hope that he could be given a good extended run this afternoon.
Yeah, he's been used in short bursts by Josh De Silva, and at times when the batsmen would have closed shop down, and you really want to see him given the opportunity for a longer spell, as you said. So I think it's a good time for him to come in, but I think Justin Greaves is going to continue from the far end. No change from that end. And continuing to bowl outside the off stump.
Yeah, Graves perhaps need to look to change the line of attack. Try something different. For quite a few overs now, it's just a question of just angling the ball across the batsman, and he's more than obliged to just allow it to go through to the keeper.
Back of the length this time. Just tapped in to the offside where Phillip is. Anderson Phillip. Zaki Hassan, 2 of 25 deliveries. Remember, West Indies senior team, they'll be taking on New Zealand in the second T20 international of the series tomorrow at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. As Greaves gets that one to tail back in on pitching. They would have suffered a defeat yesterday to the Black Caps, and they would be looking for some revenge. It's that period of the afternoon, Greg, where coffee is required.
Yes, but no one there to serve the coffee.
Quiet period of the afternoon here in Beausejour. So 131 for the loss of 4. Saif Hassan, he's on 51. Zaki is on 2, and he pulls out. And again, there's an issue with proceedings down at the side screen. Not too sure what's going on down there.
There's a gentleman with a green top and a red cap. But sometimes it's passing strange how easily batsmen are distracted when they are batting at the higher level, where you would play at the domestic level and you may just allow this thing to go by.
Yeah, I think after to go with you on that one. I can't seem to understand that. It's protocol, yes, but sometimes you see a person walking there and batsmen, it won't really affect them, but at the same time it's protocol, and they tend to use that. I kind of abuse it, you would see,
because even early on there was someone above the side screen, and batsman did stop play.
So just maybe abusing it a bit, some batsmen, that is. But I think with a green t-shirt and a red cap, I think the Bangladesh batsman was just maybe quite right that he had to pull out of his stance and allow the gentleman to pass along. And sometimes we need to be aware as well of where we are. We are in a cricket ground where cricket match is taking place, and believe it or not, that was one of the scoreboard guys, our good friends up there. And that completes the 68 over. It's 131 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, Graves continuing to bowl very miserly. He's bowled some 16 overs for just 4 runs. So he's, at this point, he's going for less than a run per over. So certainly he has been keeping things tight at one end, but at the other end, we need the bowlers to be picking up a few wickets.
Ooh, a bit of turn there for Karaya. We've seen that, the wicket drying out, and it's putting some good revs on the ball. Bowled that one a bit flatter than anyone that he's bowled thus far. I'm surprised that Hassan hasn't looked to take him on. He's continued to be watchful. There seems to be the googly, but I think it was a bit over pitched. Needs to give it a bit of time to turn. Mindley is stretching the legs. May just be coming into the attack shortly. Ooh, that one turning, and it was released almost at with his palms facing the umpire and the back of his hand facing the batsman. It's an exceptional delivery there from Karaya. Pitching, turning, and just almost squaring up Saif Hassan.
Yes, good delivery. Got a little bounce as well. So certainly that is why I'm calling for a good extended run for Karaya. Because the longer you bowl as a spinner, unless you're bowling bad deliveries, you're certainly going to be getting some good rhythm going in.
One more delivery to go in the over. String of maiden overs thus far. Too short this time, and just guided nicely past the slip fielder. Solazano gives chase, and he limits them to 2. So that's the end of another Karaya's over. That's the end of his 8th over, and he's conceded just 6 runs and bowled 4 maiden overs in that. Zaki Hassan, he's on 2, and Saif Hassan, he's on 53. And at the end of over number 69, it is 133 for 4.
Yes, just the one bad delivery, one would say, from Karaya. Last one was short and wide outside the awesome, and batsman just able to guide it away from the field at the gully area, short gully. But by and large, Karaya has been bowling impressively.
He has, and I think the Silver would want to stick with him and maintain him at that media centre end, And now Marquino Mindley is going to pick up the attack. I think it's a good move here by the Silva, the captain, to get Mindley in. Just about approaching the last half an hour's play of the day. It's 4:55 p.m. and well, initially the umpires would have said 5:30, so we're going with that at the moment. Scoreboard is telling us that there are 18 overs left in the day. Short, not latching on to it. Mindley with that action, of course, would bring the ball back in to the left-handed Zakir, like we saw him do to Shadman Islam. And of course, he dismissed Shadman Islam with a full pitch delivery outside the off stump, but had Islam driving loosely, and so he'd be aware of his capability when it comes to bowling around the wicket to left-handers. This time close to the batsman, who guides it down to a short third man for one. Time that fielder position there for that shot. That's Justin Graves, and he gets in behind that shot there from Saif Hassan.
But interestingly, Graves is in the identical position with where Chandrapal was, but this time around without the helmet.
Well, I'm surprised at that. Not too sure why he's opted to go without the helmet. Two fielders, well, three fielders actually on the onside. That's a mid-on and wide fine leg and a deep forward square leg. Here is Mindley, just back of a length, played back to him, and one more delivery in the over to go. Hassan, well, he continues along his merry way as the over, that's the 70th over, comes to an end. It's 1-3-4 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, mainly on this occasion, perhaps bowling a little too straight to Hassan, because he has been there since yesterday. He has had some 171 deliveries faced over, and we've yet to see the bowlers encouraging him driving outside the off stump consistently. It's a bit straight to him or sometimes too wide outside the off stump.
And in the meantime as well, over in England, Dwayne Bravo brings up his milestone, another 600 milestone in West Indies. Earlier in the week, we saw Kieran Pollard bringing up 600 T20 matches played, and the most by any player. And now Dwayne Bravo brings up his milestone of 600 T20 wickets. He becomes the first to yet another milestone. No other player has reached 500. So that's some feat there for Dwayne Bravo, playing across in the 100 for the Superchargers, as Karaya continues and back into his work. Good delivery again there from Karaya. So looking at the leading wicket takers in T20 cricket, Greg, Dwayne Bravo atop with 600. Rashid Khan, he is just under with 466. Sunil Narayan has 460. Imran Tair 451, and a Bangladeshi, Shakib Al Hassan, who will be playing for the Guyana Amazon Warriors, as this one is edged and pass slip, and it will run away for 4, will it? No. Archibald hauled it in just inside the boundary, and well, a chance going to begging. Here's that chance again. Edging, and the slip fielder seemed to have been wrong-footed there. He was going to his left rather than going to his right. There was a leg spinner that has been bowling. I thought that the slip fielder should have been a bit straighter.
Yes, certainly it was a bit too wide, but a good delivery there by Karaya. This one really spun back a long way and got too close to the fielder to cut the batsman to play that cut short. Yeah,
with the ball turning into the batsman, you would expect the slip fielder to be a bit straighter. So Chanderpaul moving out of that silly point position and going into a very short cover position. Now he's going back into that silly point position as Karaya. The signal for that. Here he is again, Karaya. Ooh, some turn and bounce there as the over comes to an end. 71 completed. Hassan is on 53 and Zakir is on 6. The score 137 for the loss of 4.
Yes, the end of a good probing over there by Karaya, an over in which he did create an opportunity, but the slip fielder perhaps a little too wide and was wrong-footed in the process, and Zaki was able to get 3 runs and given a life. But Karaya continues to bowl well, some 9 overs for just 9 runs.
Mindley is coming in from the Kaimarji end.
You seem to like that name.
Back of a length, played back past the stumps.
most commentators who are not from St. Lucia tend to struggle with that name, and I find this is rolling off your tongue very easily.
Yes, and I want to get a name as well. You're mentioning an area to the west, and I want to learn that name that you were calling that area.
Is it Marisil?
No, it's not that. It's the other one.
Bois d'Orge.
Bois d'Orge. That's the area. That's the area that I wanted to. I wanted to perfect that name.
You realize a lot of the names in St. Lucia are French.
Yes. Did some French in secondary school, but I don't think you'd want to hear me speak French. But if you tell me how the word is pronounced, I think I can do a good job. I can handle it.
But there are persons in Trinidad who still speak the Creole.
The patois.
Yeah, the patois.
Yes. This time coming back in this one, and runs away for 4 and taking the inside edge. Fortuitous boundary there for Zaki Hassan.
Yes, very fortuitous indeed. Mainly really angling this one in, getting the inner portion of the bat, and just evaded the leg stump and raced to the boundary for 4. So mainly may consider himself very unlucky on this occasion.
Very unlucky, Marino Minley for sure. So I'm lovely on drive, and he gets through for a single. There's Zaki, who moves on to 11. And Hassan is on, well, that's Saif, is on 53.
It's a good communication out in the middle between these two. It was a cheeky single, and they went for it quite easily.
Yeah, both players trusting in each other. This one climbing, and no run. Well defended there by Saif Hassan as the over comes to an end. It's 143 for the loss of 4.
Yes, Saif Hassan has looked really solid in defense. Really has not given the West Indies bowlers any sniff of a chance today, but mainly continuing to bowl well, and was very unlucky not to have gotten the wicket earlier on with that inside edge just going past the leg stump. So Karaya continues. Hope that he could create another opportunity again in this over.
And the slip fielder still a bit wide. This time cutting uppishly. And not going to hand, dropping way short of the backward point fielder. Karaya causing some problems. Using his feet this time. A chance for a run out at the striker's end, but Zaki Hassan is back home in time. Not in Bangladesh, but in Grosile.
Zaki Hassan clearly to Karaya looks like he wants to take on the bowling.
You just want to maybe put Karaya off his line, off his length a bit, just to change things up. Because Karaya has been getting the better of these two batsmen. He's been quite tight. Cutting this time, 4 of point. And he will get runs here too. That is. A bit too short there from Yannick Karaya.
Yeah, this one was shot on this occasion, but perhaps the fielder toward the backward square, perhaps another fielder is needed on the offside.
Because he's not bowling a line on the line of Midland leg stump. He's attacking the off stump.
So certainly this would be a wasted fielder, one would say. Because you may very well have this fielder to the left of the umpire, the square leg umpire, for anything shot outside the off stump.
Quick single and getting it easily there, Hassan, and Karaya continues to bowl very well. Yes, and having a fielder forward of that point region is very important because the ball is turning in to the left-hander, turning away from the right-hander, so the field needs to be backward of point for the right-handers. Karaya's over comes to an end. 10 overs that he has bowled. 1-4-6 for the loss of 4. Bangladesh A batting first.
Yes, Karaya continuing to keep things tight. Just 12 runs considered so far in his spell. Well, he has had 3 spells, so to speak, and just considering some 12 runs. But certainly to the left-hander, Zaki, I think he need the additional support on the offside. To me, it's just a wasted fielder, backward square. We've not seen him, as you did indicate, the line of attack is basically outside the off stump.
Yep.
And it would have to take a lot from the batsman to get this ball from outside the off stump to that backward square region.
Yeah, definitely. You need to come way across, and I don't think any of the batsmen will be intended to do that, especially in this format of the game at least. So maybe a change of club and a drink of water for Zaki Hassan. And Minley is back into the action. And just about 15 minutes past the hour of 5 p.m. in the afternoon. Good solid approach there from Markino Mindley. If anything, persons would have thought that, well, many know it as a Pacers paradise here in St. Lucia, and we would have thought that the Pacers would have run away with proceedings in this game thus far. They did that, yes. 4 wickets going to seamers. Ooh, this one coming back there from Mindley. 4 wickets going to seamers. But you have to really commend Karaya for how well he has bowled in these conditions.
Yes, he has bowled admirably. Getting a fair bit of turn on day 2, one would have to admit.
Of course, he's the only recognized spinner there. Atenay is just a part-timer. You'd have bowled 1 over for 5, well actually 1 run, so 5 dot balls in that. Deliveries like that, as a batsman, you have to play. Always want to keep a batsman guessing.
But the batsmen have looked really solid in defense.
starting the ball too wide there, Mindley, and just allows Zakir to leave it alone. And at this period of the afternoon, I think there's no need to be chasing those deliveries.
As most batsmen would be more than happy to just allow the ball to go through to the keeper.
Like that, but that one seems to have passed very close.
Well, it seems to be moving quite a long way after it has passed the batsman.
Yeah. Hence, he's just trusting that movement and that bounce on this surface. Look at it from a different angle. If that same thing happens this time, he's playing at it. Mindley fires back that one at him, and luckily he was out of the way in a flash, and that brings the 74th over to a close. 146 for the loss of 4. Remember, Greg, we saw Carlos Brathwaite did something similar in England, and he was fined when he had thrown a ball back to a batsman in the county championship, or the blast, was it, the Vitality Blast, and he was fined for that.
Yes, certain match referee may not tolerate such actions out there, but sometimes just in the heat of the moment, and for some bowlers it's just a reflex action that once they gather the ball, after they follow through, they just tend to throw it back at the stumps or to the keeper.
There it is again. That's
so,
what Mindley
so it's
did.
not a question of throwing the ball intentionally to hurt the batsman.
Yep. Good delivery from Karaya. Headlines would have had it, Greg, as Carlos Brathwaite's reckless fielding cost his team 5 penalty runs in Vitality Blast. That's what the headlines would have told us. Of course, he would have been playing for the Birmingham Bears against Derbyshire, and in the 13th over of Derbyshire's chase at Edgbaston, picked the ball on his follow through and immediately threw it towards the stumps. However, the throw went to the handle of the bat of Wayne Madsen. 5 penalty runs was given against the Bears.
Very unfortunate at the time.
Again, Karaya hitting his line, hitting his length, and maintaining his consistency. Lovely pitching, turning, and he had the batsman chasing.
Yes, certainly. That was an excellent delivery for someone who had been out there for more than 180 deliveries.
To do him that takes a lot. He's driving, but there is protection. Kesey Carty out there sweeping on the offside, so Saif gets 1. Moves on to 54. The score moves on to 147 for the loss of 4.
Saif has really slowed down from the time he got into the 40s.
Slowed down quite a lot. I think the Bangladesh team would want to escalate this run scoring rate tomorrow, very early tomorrow, Greg. Only 2 days left in this encounter, and if they are to get a result out of this game, they need to elevate the run scoring a bit. Maybe look to declare by lunch, get the West Indies in, and look to make some inroads.
Yeah, most certainly.
Turning his wrist on that one with the spin on offer, and 147 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, still very much quiet proceedings out there. Karaya really not giving the batters any freebies, and we saw him bowling a real beautiful delivery, which really beat Saif Hassan all hands up. But just that's not enough of those deliveries, as we keep saying that the inconsistency from the bowlers, the inability to bowl 3 or 4 good deliveries in those areas.
So it's going to be a change. Archibald takes over for Markino Mindley. Saif Hassan still there. Seems to be going nowhere because the West Indies bowlers haven't really tested him. This is never good as well, Greg. So earlier today, Ross Taylor revealed some racial insensitivity that he has experienced in cricket. And of course, normally we see the West Indies team, before they start a match, they do that. They go onto the knee with their hands in the air, with the fist closed together, clenched, and of course to acknowledge, that Black Lives Matter, and Greg, that's important. It's not good to see racism in the sport, not just in cricket, but in any sport, and not just in sport as well, in general. So that's something of a concern.
Yeah, this is something that black people are faced with the world over, and it has been there for quite a while, and one would think by now persons would have been more receptive to black people, and more so the sort of contributions that they have made and are still making.
Yep.
But it was quite surprising when I read something about Mackay and Tini.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about what he was facing whilst he was part of the South Africa lineup. And you would have watched these guys on the field of play, and you would have believed that everything was okay.
Yep.
And only to learn what was happening, on the bus, or even, when he would go for dinner or breakfast, how he would have been the only person on the table sometimes, And even when you would have heard stories of him going and play cricket, and he would run to the playing area, or from the playing area back to the hotel. And persons probably felt, well, it was just a way of Mackay and Tini keeping fit.
Yeah.
Only to find out it was because of the sort of poisonous atmosphere that was on the bus, that he felt more comfortable running to and from the ground rather than traveling on the bus.
That's very interesting from Mackay and Tini. And when you quote Ross Taylor, what he said in his autobiographies, recent autobiography, he said, for much of my career I've been an anomaly, a brown face in a vanilla lineup. That's what he had to say in his autobiography as Archibald's over comes to an end. It's 147 for 4.
Yes, Archibald now bowling from the Kaimaji end. Still keeping things tight. But the Bangladeshi batsmen clearly at this late stage of the day, they're not really looking to force the proceeding. They're more than happy to just pick up the ones and twos when they are available, but pretty much prepared to just defend as much as possible.
Yeah, it looks that way, and it looks as though that's going to be the mode of attack from the Bangladeshis. Just look to play out this afternoon's period of play. Turned away, no run, and just about 2 hours of cricket yesterday as they got underway. Let's say 2 hours and 45 minutes cricket yesterday, and today play started at 1:40. So you can say just about, if we go till approximately 5:40 today. Oh, and there goes the rag. What's going on there?
Look like his hands may have just let's see what happens. Okay.
So he's not just spinning the leather ball, he's spinning the rag as well, Greg.
Yes, the rag was tucked in front of his trousers, and in just looking to turn the arms over, the rag got caught his arm, and in the same motion it took it over.
Dropping short of the silly point fielder. Devin Imlach seems to be making some changes to the field. Kesey Carty is being brought around a bit wider out there, sweeping at deep extra cover. .5:28 p.m. in the afternoon, Greg. Still some light available?
Very much so, and with some 11 overs still required on the board. And to be fair, the shadows is still away, a fair distance away from the pitch, the playing area. And usually that is one of the guides you see from the umpires, when the shadows from the Johnson Charles stand to encroach onto the playing area. This would almost be time they would signal the end of the day's play.
Karaya bowling to Hassan Saif. Just turning that one there, Hassan, and the over comes to an end. That's the end of it. It is 148 for the loss of 4.
Saif is continuing his long vigil out in the middle. Some 191 delivery faced so far for just 54 runs. And as we indicated early on, from the time he got into the 40s, it's like he has just slowed down considerably.
Yes. And that's, something you don't really want to see. You want to see a batsman who's set carrying on, prizing on, and looking to push on for your team. Because you've been greeted by a batsman who's just come to the crease, and now it hasn't looked that bad. He's been measured, Zakir Hassan, 15 or 55. But you would have expected Saif Hassan to take the run scoring up a bit.
Yes, and that he has not done.
Archibald He's edging and gone. Zaki Hassan, speaking about him being measured there, Greg Wilson. He was fending at one outside the off stump, just pushing and not playing positively. And Archibald picks up his third, and a good catch taken by Tevin in Black once more.
Yeah, Zaki Hassan, just one would say perhaps a lapse in concentration there. He was stout in defense for the longest while and played every ball on its merit, but this one was kind of a loose shot outside the off stump and getting the edge. And Imlak certainly was more than happy to gobble this one up. So Archibald getting his third wicket, and certainly he has bowled impressively enough this afternoon.
Very impressive indeed. 3 for 30 in 14.1 overs, Colin Archibald. And he would have started things yesterday for the West Indies A team, and now picking up 2 wickets today. And a good delivery at that, just right outside the off stump. I thought that, it was a bit too wide, but Zaki Hassan missed out, and he edged it straight into the gloves of Tevin Imlak, who didn't make a mistake.
Again, perhaps the sort of approach that we have seen, we did indicate from Saif Hassan getting into the 40s and not scoring. It may have put a bit of pressure on Zaki, thinking, well, he now has to take on the attack. As much as you want to occupy the crease for a long period of time, but you want to see the scoreboard also moving.
Yes, so it could very well be the pressure on the batsman. But the wicketkeeper batsman for the Bangladesh A team comes out to the middle, and that's Jaka Ali Anik. Jaka Ali Anik in that first game found it a bit difficult to negotiate the short pitch bowling from Marquino Mindley, and he went for 3 of 32 deliveries in that first game, and he was caught by the silver of the bowling of Sherman Lewis. And not where you want to start to a new batsman. Jaka Ali Anik, wicketkeeper batsman in Bangladesh, would have played under 19 cricket for Bangladesh, and a number of teams that he would have played for: Dhaka Platoon, Ghazi Group Cricketers, Kulna Tigers, Minister Rajshahi, Prime Duleshwar Sporting Club, and Sylhet Division. 24-year-old Jaka Ali Anik just playing this one into the offside, and not a chance for a run there as Chandapol gets off his feet quickly.
Perhaps Ali knew at the crease a few short ones perhaps should have been served to him to greet him very early.
Well, just maybe, but we are not seeing that at the moment. It's just only 2 deliveries faced. And he would like this wide outside the off stump. He won't have anything to do with it. Just leave it alone, and it's that kind of an afternoon. It's this period of the afternoon where you want those kind of deliveries.
Yes, very much so.
Because of course you're looking to see out the bowling attack, and you want to come back fresh in the morning and look to push on. Down the leg side now, so a bit of inconsistency there from Archibald.
Yes, after picking up the wickets in the very first delivery of this over, the remainder of the over has really been a mixed bag.
Just want to tighten up his line. Oh, playing that one very late.
I think this one perhaps came back at him. Was looking to allow it to go through, but realizing that it was coming back, had to play, stab at it last minute. So a good end to the over, good successful over, getting his third wicket. Bangladesh losing their fifth wicket, 148 for 7. So West Indies still has a chance to make some further inroads into the batting, and they would hope to pick up perhaps 6 or even 7 wickets before the end of the day's play.
Very much so. They want to get a couple more wickets here if they can, the West Indies A team. And Karaya is the man charged with the responsibility of bowling from the media centre end. Hassan happy to give Imlak the opportunity to get his glove onto ball.
And I'm certain this would be the price wicket that West Indies would be hoping for this afternoon.
They don't want to rattle Bangladesh a bit here to get the wicket off Saif Hassan.
I think if they could get his wicket this evening, this would be a major accomplishment for them. Coming in tomorrow, we would see 2 relatively fresh batters at the crease.
I think Karaya deserves a wicket the way he's bowled. If he does get one, certainly deserves it. One slip and silly point, backward point, and cover, deep extra cover on the boundary. And here is Karaya. And Kati has to do some work over there, deep extra cover. And Hassan turns the strike over. He gets 1.
Yeah, on this occasion, Karaya was just a little too short outside the awesome, and the ball spun really slowly as well. So Hassan had all the time in the world to pick his gap and get an easy single.
Oh, there's the googly. A sharp one there from Yannick Karaya to finish the over. A lovely delivery there.
Perhaps just a touch too short, but certainly the batsman was looking for this one to move away from him, and it came back sharply at him. So good end to the over from Yannick Karaya. Perhaps we were asking for the googly much earlier, and he certainly did prove to us he has it in his armory and he can execute it as well.
Yeah, lovely delivery. And he has it, and it turned quite big as well on the batsman. That's Anik. I think it was all smiles from Chaka Ali Anik, who would have been happy to get that one out of his sight, to get bat onto ball. What was special to see as well is that, at the start of this game and the first game, the Bangladesh and West Indies coaches, well, while the bowlers of both teams were working on the practice pitches to the left and right of the surfaces, the playing surface that is, they ended up working together. The Bangladesh bowlers and the West Indies bowlers had ended up working together, and even the Bangladesh coaches, bowling coach and whatnot, would have been assisting the West Indies bowlers, and I thought that was quite special to see, Greg.
Yes, it's not something you see very often. Persons tend to be more territorial. They want to work with, their group of players. But it does not hurt to pass on the advice. At the end, cricket would be the winner. It's for the better of the game.
And I think that just underlines the fact that this series is being played in such good spirits. You can see it out there in the middle, the players laughing, having a chat with each other. That's really good to see. That's lovely to see.
Yeah, it's always nice when you could play a series and there's no tension, no animosity, no love lost. Persons go out there, they play the game hard, but at the end of the day, there's a certain level of camaraderie around.
The 150 comes up in the process as well with that single. Saif Hassan moves on to 56 of 199 deliveries.
Yeah, Bangladesh would want to go way past the score of 167 they were bowled out for in the first game, in the first innings for sure. With Saib out in the middle there on 55 not out, they would certainly want him to survive this afternoon and go on to bat tomorrow to perhaps get 3 figures.
Yeah, he needs to just accelerate a bit, Saif Hassan, come tomorrow. If not this afternoon again anymore, but tomorrow, I think tomorrow morning at least, he needs to accelerate his run scoring a bit.
Yes, has really gone into a shell, one would say.
And normally this tends to put you at a disadvantage when a batsman puts himself into a shell. Not just your team is at a disadvantage, but individually, you tend to get out more often than not after soaking up these amount of dot deliveries and not putting away the bad deliveries. I thought that there was a number of deliveries that he could have put away. But is it a case now, Greg, of him just playing careful to see out the end of the day, or is it a case of him playing careful to get that century? I'm not too sure here. What's his thoughts?
May very well be a combination of both, but at least for now he wants to survive the display.
One-handed from Jaka Alianik, leaving the top hand on the bat, dropping the bottom hand, and at the end of 80, it is 150 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, good end to the order by Archibald. This last delivery shot at the body of Ali, and you could have seen he really didn't handle it too comfortably. So, considering the way he got out the first inning, perhaps this should be more of a ploy this afternoon, because he's not going to really go after the short pitch bowling. He's more in a survival mode. So bring a few more players around the bat and perhaps pepper him with a few short pitch deliveries, because the light out there is still good.
Yeah, the Johnson style stand, its shadow just coming up to that practice pitch area to the west, sorry. You could just see some of the shadow of the pole, one of the light poles here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. And there's Karaya with a leg spin this time. Saif Hassan allows it to go through, but he just needs to be a bit careful here. If Karaya serves up on googly, that comes back in at the very last moment, he could be in some trouble, leaving alone those deliveries outside the off stump.
Yeah, Karaya certainly has gotten a good extended spell this afternoon.
Time short, pulled and pulled hard. That goes all the way for 6, has it?
Yeah.
Yes, it has. So, the first 6 of the game comes off the bat of Saifasan. And speaking about looking to get a move on, Greg, there's Saifasan striking off that man, Yannick Karaya.
Well, first really bad delivery, one could say, from Yannick Karaya. This one was short and it was slow. So he had enough time to get back and just hoik this one over the wide, long on region for 6. So good telling blow struck there after, one would say, been really crawling through the 40s and 50s.
Yeah, good shot. Taking advantage of that poor delivery there from Karaya. The first real bad delivery we've seen from him in the entirety of his spell. Coming back nicely there, Karaya. Time is edging and pass slip, and Solazano gives chase. 1-2 with the total. Let's have a look at that again. There he was there, Karaya, just flighting that one, drift and turn, and well past slip, and
see, after the horse has been bolted, then the captain is coming into position.
Yes. With Karaya bowling as he was at that time, maybe a second slip could have been introduced.
Yeah, because it's late in the afternoon. Like, guys are not playing too many shots. You need to have them crowded around the bat. So any opportunity that presents itself, there's a possibility of it going to hand. And this is something I've been lamented to you all afternoon. There are a number of players you see in position that are just wasted.
Yes. And very much so. So you need to be a bit attacking here. You're looking for wickets, and the batsmen, they are on the defensive.
Because looking at the score, it's not like Bangladesh 280 or 300 plus runs. You're looking at just 150 odd at the time, or 140 odd at the time, and you're approaching the end of the day's play. So you could afford to have a few more players around the bat. Encourage them if you want to hit into the vacant areas. Play a little more attacking cricket if you want to. But if you are going to be in that defensive frame of mind, anything that pops around, somebody should be in a position to gobble it up.
I totally agree with what you're saying there, Greg. As Graves seems to be given an opportunity here late in the afternoon. And well, he continues to be a bit wide outside the off stump.
Graves back into the attack and certainly bowling too wide outside the off stump. So batsman not that interested in playing a shot at this time of the day. more than happy to just allow the ball to go through to the keeper. So you need to get a little closer to the batsman. Force him to play a shot.
That has been a concern for Graves in this game. Too wide. That's better. Ten minutes to the 6 p.m. and the shadows just quickly covering the surface now.
Additional 6 overs remaining on the board, but I don't think we're gonna get those 6 overs in.
Doesn't look that way. On your picture you can see it's a bit dark. And Minley is throwing on down himself, and umpire Dayton Butler has a laugh. A very good guy, umpire Dayton Butler. All of these umpires that are here for this series, they're really good guys. Umpire Dayton Butler, umpire Chris Taylor, and umpire Carl Tuckett.
Actually, when the games I played in the Winwood, Butler was a player as well, so we were teammates at one time.
That's nice to hear, Greg. I'm sure.
So
there's the Silver as well, throwing down himself.
So the guys are having a bit of fun late in the afternoon.
Dayton Kelvin Butler from South River St. Vincent. And he would have played ODI cricket for the West Indies. Dayton Butler, T20 international cricket as well. Mindley again enjoying himself out there, and umpire Dayton Butler hands the cap to Graves. The stumps has not been broken, so it seems as though we're going to get some overs in, and at the end of 82 overs it's 157 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, Graves coming back into the attack, continuing to keep things tight, really not giving much away in his spell so far. Some 14 runs off 17 overs. And Karaya certainly would want to be among the wickets before the end of the day's play. He's given an opportunity again to do so. And this time the captain has given him a second slip.
Late in the afternoon, Jaka Ali Anik, the man on strike, was yet to get off the mark. Jaka. Ooh, just turning and not getting those feet moving at all there, Anik. Pushing at the delivery. Greaves gets in the way of that shot. A lovely shot. Leaning and getting his feet out, stretching nicely.
Correa continues to flight the ball, which is good to see.
There's the googly, allowed appeal for leg before, and not out, says umpire Carl Tuckett.
Good delivery indeed. Umpire signaling this was going down the leg side.
Well, let's have a look at that one there, Greg. Was a googly pitched way outside the line of the off stump. Tell you what, Greg Wilson.
Ooh.
My money would have been on the wicket, and so would have been the ball.
Yes,
it turned a lot, to be fair to umpire Tuckett. Let's have a look again.
But you're not seeing the leg stump behind, so it's an indication that it may very well be cannoning into the leg stump.
Very much so. But again, umpire Carl Tuckett, he is in the best position to make the decision. That looked close to me.
Certainly it was, but again, good delivery.
Yeah, excellent.
By Karaya. See the googly there.
Ooh, lovely length, lovely line.
This one turned sharply. Certainly he was beaten all ends up, so very good over there by Yannick Karaya so far.
Yeah, you want to close off well. As a batsman, you don't want to lose your wicket here in these final overs of a day. So Xhaka turning away again.
Certainly feeling the pressure.
Yes. Pressure for Xhaka.
Again, googly.
This time, I thought that this one was going to be missing for sure. And the Karaya appealing convincingly, but that was certainly teeling down the leg side. Height would have been a factor as well.
This one clearly was going down the leg side.
Yeah.
Because the right foot was planted just about on the leg stump, and you could have seen the batsman open up and the angle at which the ball struck him. This one was going past leg stump. But definitely a very good over there from Karaya, perhaps the best he has bowled so far in his spell.
Yeah, and it begs the question as to why he hadn't used the googlies earlier. Surprising the batsman.
Because certainly he has good control of the googly. So it's not a question where you want to overuse it, but you need to use it sparingly.
Yep. So it's a bit dark now, and it's about 3 minutes to the hour of 6 p.m. After this, it's going to be 3 overs again in the day's play.
I think this may very well be the final over. I doubt the umpires are going to go past 6 o'clock.
Highly doubt that would happen. Short and not the best of leaves, you have to say. The bat was a bit in the air. And one for the over. Signal by Pab Butler.
To me, if the batsman had remained in a standing position, this ball would not have gone past over the shoulders.
Don't think so.
So why is the umpire signaling one for the over?
That's why Justin Greaves is a bit disappointed.
Okay, I could understand with this one, clearly. And it's not been signaled.
Working up some steam late in the afternoon here. Justin Greaves.
So this one I thought umpire Butler would have signaled the second for the over.
Yep.
But clearly he got away with this one. The first one when the batsman actually ducked. So I guess he's the umpire for a reason.
He's the man who has to call it. This time down the leg side. Ill-directed from Justin Greaves.
Perhaps one would have thought that would have been the line of attack to Ali, considering how he got out in the first game.
Yeah, interesting.
But we're seeing Hassan has been there for well over 200 plus deliveries. Perhaps what may very well be the final over, we're seeing a barrage of shot bowling at him.
Again.
And that being the case, why won't the captain strengthen the slip cordon and have perhaps a short leg and persons around the bat if that's going to be the line of attack.
Right. Well, I can't understand why, because, it's very highly likely that this is the last over of the day. You have a bowler running in, that's Justin Graves, whose tail would be up. He's looking to hit the deck hard, and you want to give him as much protection as possible to get a wicket. You want to prize out the wicket here in the back end. This was do your confidence a world of good heading in to tonight. Wide, outside the off stump, and the over comes to an end.
Bales has been taken off by umpire Dyson Butler. So certainly it's the end of the display. As we did speculate, it would have been the final over. So West Indies could be happy with the day's proceeding. We got some 4 wickets. And a good effort, especially by Archibald.
Yes, certainly, to pick up 3 wickets, 1 yesterday, 2 today, and excellent effort from the West Indies team. Good fighting performance as well by the Bangladesh A team to finish on 157 for 5. Top knock thus far from Saif Hassan of 63, and the top scorers saw the Bangladesh A team would have been, of course, Saif Hassan 63, Shadman Islam 25, who batted yesterday and into this morning, 14 to both Mahmood Fazl Rabi and Mohammad Mitun. Archibald struck on 3 occasions. He picked up the wicket of Joy caught by Athanaze at second slip, and he also picked up the wickets of Mitun, and that's Mitun, yes, caught by Tevin Imlak, and of course that of Zaki Hassan caught by Tevin Imlak as well. Rabi, he went to Mindley, and Shadman Islam went to Anderson Phillip. So the bowling for the West Indies A team, the pick of the bowlers certainly a cut above the rest. Colin Archibald 3 for 31 in 16 overs, and 1 apiece for Anderson Phillip and Marquino Mindley, 1 for 38 and 1 for 45 respectively. Yannick Karaya, you can't count him out as well. He did beautifully with the ball, none for 22 and 15. So that's the situation here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. Greg Wilson, the situation as you have it at the moment, 157 for 5, Bangladesh A team batting first. Where do you see this game going as we head into the 3rd day tomorrow? And your thoughts on the proceedings thus far?
Well, Saif Hassan for sure. A lot would be dependent on him having had a good start. Also, we saw him went into a shell, so to speak, from the time he got into the 40s. So one would hope that tomorrow that he would play a little more freely, more aggressive cricket, and with only 5 wickets down, there's still a possibility of perhaps adding another 100 runs, if anything. But West Indies, the bowlers today, we did not see enough wicket-taking deliveries. The odd good deliveries were bowled, but not consistently. So we're hoping that tonight at least they would go to the drawing board, and then come back tomorrow with a better plan of attack. And more so, you have Ali at the wicket, who look like he's very susceptible to the short pitch bowling. So perhaps this is one of the ploy they could take on very early where he's concerned tomorrow. But Saeed, they need to look to price him out very early, because he shows that he has the appetite to stay out there and bat for a long period of time. And if they could price his wicket early tomorrow, make very early inroads, perhaps they could wrap up the Bangladesh inning under 200 runs, and that would be a commendable effort.
Yes, definitely. So it'll be interesting day of cricket tomorrow on day 3 of this, the second unofficial test match between West Indies A and Bangladesh A. Well, that's how we close things off here on the second day of the match. On behalf of everyone here, Michael Rupwa, Jason Prasad, Matthew Rajaram, Greg Wilson, my co-commentator, and myself, Visham Lalman, I say goodbye for now, and we catch you tomorrow for more action.